Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You've now seen the inaugural FCI Sydney International. Now it's time for the main event, the 2025 Advanced Sydney Royal Dog Show. I'd like to introduce you to your judges for the Royal. Firstly, we have Mr. Ricardo Torres from Brazil. Next to Ricardo is Bianca Teixeira, also from Brazil. To my right here, we have Mr. Jackson Kimber from Korea. Jackson will be first up in the ring shortly with the toys. And the gentleman you've already met today, Mr. Svante Frisk from Sweden, will also be judging a couple of groups at the Royal. So we'll commence proceedings straight away with the toy group, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy your day.
Ladies and gentlemen, coming into the main arena now, the toy group for the 2025 Advanced Sydney Royal Dog Show, the Affenpinscher. Australian Silky Terrier. Bichon Frise. Cavalier King Charles Spaniel. Chihuahua Longcoat. Chihuahua Smoothcoat. Chinese Crested Dog. English Toy Terrier, black and tan. Griffon Bruxellois. Havanese. Italian Greyhound. Japanese Chin. King Charles Spaniel. The Lotion. Maltese. Miniature Pincer. Papillon. Pekingese. Pomeranian. The Pug. Tibetan Spaniel. And the Yorkshire Terrier. Ladies and gentlemen, these are all your best of breeds over the last 9-10 days of the 2025 Advanced Sydney Royal Dog Show. The Australian Silky Terrier, exhibit number 14. The Bichon Frise, exhibit 26. Cavalier King Charles Spaniel, exhibit 43. Chihuahua Longcoat, exhibit 69. Chihuahua Smoothcoat, exhibit 82. Chinese Crested Dog, exhibit 103. English Toy Terrier, black and tan, exhibit 112. Griffon Bruxellois, exhibit 139. Havanese, exhibit 149. Italian Greyhound, exhibit 185. Japanese Chin, exhibit 190. King Charles Spaniel, exhibit 195. The Laotian, Exhibit 204. The Maltese, Exhibit 208. The miniature pincher, Exhibit 210. The Papillon, Exhibit 240. The Pekingese, Exhibit 248. The Pomeranian, Exhibit 256. The Pug, Exhibit 289. The Tibetan Spaniel, Exhibit 316. And last but not least, the Yorkshire Terrier, Exhibit 327. Our judge is making a cut of the toy group before he makes his final decision. Currently, he has pulled out the Bichon Frise, Chihuahua Longcoat, Italian Greyhound, the Laotian, the Maltese, Papillon, Pekingese, Pomeranian, and Pug. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for all those other retiring Best of Breed winners for the 2025 Advance Sydney Royal Dog Show. Ladies and gentlemen, the 2025 Advance Sydney Royal Dog Show. In fourth place, come to the podium please, the Maltese, exhibit number 208. In third in group, the Pomeranian 256. In second place, or runner-up to the best in group, Italian Greyhound 185. Ladies and gentlemen, your best in the toy group for the 2025 Advance Sydney Royal Dog Show is awarded to the Pug, exhibit 289. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands for all those retiring Vista Breed winners. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as they do their lap of honour, please put your hands together for your best in group, your runner-up in group, third in group, and fourth in group in the toy group for the 2025 Advance Sydney Royal Dog Show. Now coming into the main arena is your puppy in the toy group, the Australian Silky Terrier number 10. Bichon Frise. Chihuahua Longcoat. Chihuahua Smoothcoat. English Toy Terrier, Black and Tan. Griffon Bruxellois. Italian Greyhound. Japanese Chin. Laotian. Papillon. Pomeranian. Pug. Ladies and gentlemen, these are your best puppies of breed for the 2025 Advance Sydney Royal Dog Show.
How many absent? Yeah.
At the Griffon Bruxellois, Exhibit 133, the Italian Greyhound 159, Japanese Chin, Exhibit 190, the Laotian, Exhibit 204, the Papillon, Exhibit 236, the Pomeranian, Exhibit 258, And last but not least, the pug, exhibit 296. Mr. Jae Young Kim from South Korea will now cast his eyes over these dogs and award the best puppy in show for the 2025 Advance Sydney Royal Dog Show. Chihuahua Smoothcoat, Italian Greyhound, Laotian, the Papillon. Ladies and gentlemen, as the retiring puppies leave the arena, please put your hands together. The Australian Silky Terrier, Bichon Frise, Chihuahua Smoothcoat, English Toy Terrier, Black and Tan, Griffon Bruxellois, Japanese Chin, Pomeranian, and the Pug. And now one of these four will take out the 2025 Advance Sydney Royal Dog Show Best Puppy in the Toy Group. Ladies and gentlemen, your best puppy in the toy group for the 2025 Advance Sydney Royal Dog Show. Please bring out the Laotian. Exhibit number 204. And as the other three retire from the ring, Chihuahua, the Italian Greyhound, and the Papillon. And as she does her lap of honour, ladies and gentlemen, the puppy in the toy group for the 2025 Advance Sydney Royal Dog Show, the Laotian. Exhibit 204.
That concludes the toy group. Please give a round of applause to our judge, Mr. Jackson Kimber. The next group in the ring will go straight into the Terriers. And I can see our judge coming back into the ring now. Our judge is Mr. Svante Frisk from Sweden.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome into our best in group ring the first one. We're right. Yeah. The first one in our group, the Airedale Terrier. followed by the American Staffordshire Terrier. Australian Terrier. Bedlington Terrier. Border Terrier. Bull Terrier. Bull Terrier Miniature. Can Terrier. Fox Terrier Smooth. Fox Terrier Wire. Jack Russell Terrier. Kerry Blue Terrier. Lakeland Terrier. Manchester Terrier. Norfolk Terrier. Norwich Terrier. Parson Russell Terrier. Scottish Terrier. Sealyham Terrier. Just trying to get their numbers into its number holder, ladies and gentlemen. Skye Terrier. Soft-coated Wheaton Terrier. Staffordshire Bull Terrier. Tenterfield Terrier. Welsh Terrier. And West Highland White Terrier. So, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause of all our best of breed winners, now competing for best in group 1, 2, 3 and 4 at our 2025 Advanced Sydney Royal Dog Show. So, ladies and gentlemen, our judge is choosing a short list of 8. He has pulled out the Bedlington Terrier, the Can Terrier, the Kerry Blue, the Norwich Terrier, the Scottish Terrier, and the Skye Terrier. The Staffordshire Bull Terrier, and the West Highland White Terrier. So, ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our other best of breed terriers as they make their way round the ring and out the top gate, the opposite gate from what they came in. They're all best of breed winners, ladies and gentlemen. They've all had a very, very successful time at Sydney Royal on their breed day and had the privilege of coming representing their breed in the main ring on General Specials Day. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our Bedlington Terrier. It's a breed of dog named after the mining town of Bedlington, originally bred to hunt vermin in mines, the Bedlington Terrier. Our next one is the Can Terrier, one of the oldest terrier breeds, originating in the Scottish Highlands and recognised as one of Scotland's earliest working dogs, the Can Terrier. I think our little Can has picked something up in one of his paws. One of our larger terriers, ladies and gentlemen, the Kerry Blue Terrier, originally bred to control vermin, but over time they became a general working dog, used for a variety of jobs such as cattle herding and sheep, and as a guard dog, the Kerry Blue Terrier. The Norwich Terrier originated in the United Kingdom and was bred to hunt small vermin or rodents. They are one of the smallest of the terriers and they have a double coat, the Norwich Terrier. The Scottish Terrier. They were originally bred to hunt and kill vermin on farms and to hunt badgers and foxes in the Highlands of Scotland. They are very well known for being a playing piece on the board game of Monopoly. The Scottish Terrier. The Skye Terrier, one of the oldest terriers known today, dating back to the 1600s. They were used to hunt down vermin, fox and badgers. The Skye Terrier. The Staffordshire Bull Terrier, originally bred for bull baiting. It's known for its character of intelligence, fearlessness and loyalty. The Staffordshire Bull Terrier. and the West Highland White Terrier. They were bred to hunt otter, foxes and vermin. They're a small, compact dog with a shaggy double coat, button nose and small erect ears. The West Highland White Terrier. So, ladies and gentlemen, while our judge makes his decision, our Bedlington Terrier was exhibit number 393, Can Terrier 436, Kerry Blue 547, Norwich Terrier 565, Scottish Terrier 590, Skye Terrier 604, Staffordshire Bull Terrier 631, and our West Highland White Terrier 682. Ladies and gentlemen, fourth in group for the Terrier group for the 2025 Advanced Sydney Royal Dog Show has been awarded to the Skye Terrier, exhibit number 604. Third in group, ladies and gentlemen, the lovely little white rosette has been awarded to the Norwich Terrier, exhibit number 565. Second in group, or what we call runner-up in group, for 2025 Sydney Royal Advanced Sydney Royal Dog Show has been awarded to the West Highland White Terrier, exhibit number 682. So, ladies and gentlemen, now I have 5 quite nervous handlers, and out in the stands behind them, friends, family, breeders, all very, very nervous. Our winner, our best in group for the Terrier group for 2025 Advanced Sydney Royal Dog Show has been awarded to the Bedlington Terrier, exhibit number 393. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, as our 4 retiring shortlisted dogs make their way round the ring and out the top gate, please congratulate them. They've each had a very successful Royal. They've been best of breed on Breed Judging Day. They have been shortlisted in group in a very competitive lineup. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as they make their way around the ring on their lap of honour, please put your hands together. Our best in-group Terrier, the Bedlington Terrier. Runner-up in group, West Highland White Terrier. Third in group, the Norwich Terrier. And fourth in group, the Skye Terrier. You can see those lovely perpetual trophies there, ladies and gentlemen, very impressive. They don't get to take those home, but their name of the dog gets engraved on the trophy, and it's then held by the Royal Agricultural Society of New South Wales in their trophy cabinet. So it's kept in beautiful, pristine condition to bring out again next year. So, ladies and gentlemen, now we're going to judge puppy in group. Puppies are between 6 and 12 months of age, and the first puppy making its way into our ring is the American Staffordshire Terrier, exhibit number 346. Australian Terrier, exhibit number 379. Border Terrier, exhibit number 403. Bull Terrier Miniature, exhibit number 428. Can Terrier, exhibit number 432. Fox Terrier Smooth, exhibit number 464. Fox Terrier Wire, exhibit number 491. Jack Russell Terrier, exhibit number 498. Scottish Terrier, exhibit number 585. Skye Terrier, exhibit number 607. Staffordshire Bull Terrier, 618. The Tenterfield Terrier, exhibit number 671. So, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for all our best puppies in the Terrier group, now competing for puppy in group for the 2025 Advanced Sydney Royal Dog Show. Once again, our judge will make a short list. This time he will probably choose 4, and from that there will be just one winner.
I will for the other groups, but I can't.
So, ladies and gentlemen, as our remaining puppies retire, please congratulate them. They've had an excellent Sydney Royal so far. They were puppy of breed, some of them in quite heavy company, and they've got to come and parade on our main ring as part of Sydney Royal Easter Show. And our judge has chosen a short list, first one being the Fox Terrier Smooth. Our second puppy is the Scottish Terrier. Ladies and gentlemen, puppies are only between 6 and 12 months of age. So to be out here on the dog lawns of Sydney Royal is something they've never done before. It's a very confronting environment. There's lots of noises, lots of smells. Very, very different to what they're used to in their short time that they've had being exhibited at dog shows on the weekend. But it's good to see that they're enjoying themselves. Our third puppy is the Staffordshire Bull Terrier. And ladies and gentlemen, our fourth shortlisted puppy is a Tenterfield Terrier. So, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, there's only one board coming out, which means there is one award, Best Puppy in Group. So I currently have 4 quite nervous handlers to win Puppy in Group at Sydney Royal is something that's very highly prized, and sadly only one of them can be the winner. So, ladies and gentlemen, the winner is the Tenterfield Terrier, exhibit number 671. So, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our other 3 shortlisted puppies. They've had a very successful Sydney Royal 2025. And little Tenterfield's really loving this grass, ladies and gentlemen. You can see how playful they are. We're going to send our Tenterfield round on a lap of honour. So please put your hands together. Our puppy in group for the 2025 Advanced Sydney Royal Dog Show in the Terrier group has been awarded to the Tenterfield Terrier, and that exhibit number was 671.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're now about to commence the Gundog group judging. Please put your hands together for our judge, Mr. Ricardo Torres from Brazil.
Ready? Gundog. I need this. You got it? Page 6. Page 6.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the arena the Gundog group, Bracco Italiano. Brittany. Chesapeake Bay Retriever. Clumber Spaniel. Cocker Spaniel. Cocker Spaniel American. Curly-coated Retriever.
English setter.
English Setter. English Springer Spaniel. Field Spaniel. Flat-coated Retriever. German Short-haired Pointer. German Wire-haired Pointer. Golden Retriever. Gordon Setter. Hungarian Vizsla. Hungarian Wire-haired Vizsla. Irish Setter. Irish Water Spaniel. Italian Spinoni. Labrador Retriever. Lagotto Romagnolo. Murray River Bay Retriever. Nova Scotia Duck-tolling Retriever. Pointer. Spanish Water Dog. Sussex Spaniel. Weimaraner. Weimaraner Longhair. And the Welsh Springer Spaniel. The Bracco Italiano, Exhibit 693. The Brittany, Exhibit 698. Chesapeake Bay Retriever, Exhibit 705. Clumber Spaniel, Exhibit 707. Cocker Spaniel, Exhibit 732. Cocker Spaniel American, Exhibit 766. Curly-coated Retriever, Exhibit 781. English Setter, Exhibit 793. English Springer Spaniel, Exhibit 816. Field Spaniel, Exhibit 849. Flat-coated Retriever, Exhibit 866. German Short-haired Pointer, Exhibit 890. German Wire-haired Pointer, Exhibit 929. Golden Retriever, Exhibit 1015. Gordon Setter, Exhibit 1022. Hungarian Vizsla, Exhibit 1035. Hungarian Wire-haired Vizsla, Exhibit 1060. Irish Setter, 1066. Irish Water Spaniel, Exhibit 1067. Italian Spinoni, Exhibit 1068. Labrador Retriever, Exhibit 1088. Lagotto Romanolo, Exhibit 1123. Murray River Retriever, Exhibit 1127. Nova Scotia Duck Tolling Retriever, Exhibit 1130. Pointer, Exhibit 1149. Spanish Water Dog, Exhibit 1175. Sussex Spaniel, Exhibit 1178. Weimaraner, Exhibit 1186. Weimaraner Longhair, Exhibit 1205. Welsh Springer Spaniel, Exhibit 12 1-0. Our judge, Mr. Ricardo Torres Simoes from Brazil, will now make a cut before he makes his final decision on the best in the Gundog group for the 2025 Advance Sydney Royal Dog Show. The Clumber Spaniel, the Cocker Spaniel, the Cocker Spaniel American. German Short-Haired Pointer. Hungarian Vizsla. Labrador Retriever. Nova Scotia Duck Tolling Retriever. The Pointer. And the Welsh Springer Spaniel. Ladies and gentlemen, as the retiring best of breeds in the Gundog group leave the arena, please put your hands for all those winners in their own right. And now our judge casting an eye over these final dogs before he places them 4, 3, 2, 1 in the Gundog group. Ladies and gentlemen, for the 2025 Advance Sydney Royal Dog Show, 4th place has been awarded to the pointer. Exhibit 1149. Third place, German short-haired pointer, exhibit 929. Second place, or runner-up in the Gundog group, the Cocker Spaniel. Exhibit number 732. Ladies and gentlemen, your best in the Gundog group for the 2025 Advance Sydney Royal Dog Show. Come up to the podium, please. The Cocker Spaniel American. Exhibit number 766. And ladies and gentlemen, as the other best of breeds in the Gundog group retire from the arena, please show your appreciation, all winners in their own rights. And before they leave the arena, please put your hands together for your Cocker Spaniel American, your Cocker Spaniel, German short-haired pointer, and the pointer. Very shortly, coming into the arena will be the puppies in the Gundog group, vying for Best Puppy in Show in the Gundog group. 714, the Clumber Spaniel. Cocker Spaniel. Cocker Spaniel American. English Springer Spaniel. German short-haired pointer. Golden Retriever. Hungarian Vizsla. Nova Scotia Duck-tolling Retriever. And the Weimaraner. Now judging for your best puppy in the Gundog group for the 2025 Advance Sydney Royal Dog Show. And now as our judge casts his final eye over these dogs before he chooses his best puppy in the Gundog group for the 2025 Advanced Sydney Royal Dog Show, as they do another lap, the Clumber Spaniel, the Cocker Spaniel, Cocker Spaniel American, English Springer Spaniel, German Short-Haired Pointer, Labrador Retriever, Nova Scotia Duck Tolling Retriever, and the Weimaraner. Ladies and gentlemen, puppy in the Gundog group for the 2025 Advanced Sydney Royal Dog Show has been awarded to the German Short-Haired Pointer, exhibit number 898. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the retiring puppies in the Gundog group. And keep the applause going as she does her lap of honour, the German Short-Haired Pointer, exhibit 898 for the 2025 Advanced Sydney Royal Dog Show.
And please put your hands together for your judge, Mr. Ricardo Torcimos from Brazil. Ricardo will be back a little later on to judge Best in Show. The next group, ladies and gentlemen, is the Hound group. And entering the ring now is our judge. Please show your appreciation for Bianca Teixeira from Brazil. Bianca is a dyed-in-the-wool hound specialist, ladies and gentlemen, so we're in for a treat now to watch her judging the Hound group.
So, ladies and gentlemen, our first breed entering the ring today is the Afghan Hound, exhibit number 1221. Azawak 1233. Basenji 1244. Basset Hound 1270. Beagle 1291. Borzoi 1306. 1314, Tichenko. The Dachshund Longhair 1316. Dachshund Miniature Longhair 1337. Dachshund Mini Smooth Hair 1346. Dachshund Miniature Wirehead 1351. Dachshund Smooth Hair 1361. Dachshund Wirehead 1376. The Grand Basset Griffin Vendine 1393. Greyhound 1394. Harrier 1395. Irish Wolfhound 1400. Norwegian Elkhound 1411. Petite Basset Griffin Vendine 1416. Barrow Hound 1420. Portuguese Podengo Small Smooth Head 1428. Portuguese Podengo Small Wide Head 1432. Rhodesian Ridgeback 1437. Saluki 1460. The Sloggy 1472. And the Whippet 1476. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for all our best of breed in the Hound group, now competing for Best in Group 1, 2, 3, 4 at our 2025 Advanced Sydney Royal Dog Show. Our first breed moving, ladies and gentlemen, is an Afghan Hound. It's a sight hound and one of the oldest dog breeds in existence, acquiring its unique features in the cold mountains of Afghanistan. It's an aristocrat with an aura of elegance and arrogance and the appearance of dignity and aloofness. The Afghan Hound. The Azawak. The Azawak is an African sight hound, particularly slim and elegant, with its bone structure and muscles showing through its thin skin. The Azawak. The Basenji. His origins are in Africa, where they were valued for their guarding and hunting skills. They're lightly built, fine bone log-in leg, with a hooded ears and a tail curled over the back. The Basenji. The Basset Hound. They're a short-legged hound, ladies and gentlemen, with characteristic loose skin. The name Basset is derived from the French word basse, meaning low. In France and Belgium, they were used to trail foxes, rabbits and game birds. The Basset Hound. The Beagle, believed to have been established as a separate and distinct breed in Great Britain before the Roman occupation of the country. They were used for hunting, being ideal for those who wished to have a dog they could follow on foot rather than with the aid of horses. Beagles are now often seen at airports and custom inspections for the detection of prohibited plants and animals. The Beagle. The Borzoi, ladies and gentlemen, is graceful and elegant, as well as sweet and gentle. They originated in Russia, and they were known as the Russian wolfhound. In Russian, the word Borzoi means swift. The Borzoi.
Come back, Deirdre.
The Chineco Deleka, ladies and gentlemen, one of the more rarer breeds we have with us. Hasn't been registered as a breed in Australia for very, very many years. It's only fairly newly added to our group of breeds. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have our dachshund family. Our dachshunds come in two sizes, both our standard dachshund and then our miniature dachshund, and they come in three coat varieties: long-haired, wire-haired and smooth. The dachshund that is currently moving is our dachshund long-hair. And they take their name from the German word Dachs, meaning badger. Being short-legged makes them ideal for going into burrows. Our second one moving is our dachshund miniature long-haired. Is our dachshund miniature smooth-haired. So same body, same standard, ladies and gentlemen, just that different size and different coat. Our next stage dachshund, ladies and gentlemen, is our dachshund miniature wire-haired. Our fifth dachshund, ladies and gentlemen, is our dachshund smooth hair. Dachshunds themselves are very intelligent and obedient, and their size makes them ideal companions in the city or in the country. The dachshund smooth haired. And our last dachshund, ladies and gentlemen, the dachshund wire-haired. So the largest size and the wire-haired coat. The Grand Basset Griffon Vendine, originated in Vendée region in France, was bred to hunt boar, deer and to track rabbits and hare. The Grand Basset Griffon Vendine. A greyhound. They are a strongly built, upstanding animal with a clean-cut appearance of a racing machine. Their origins can be traced back to 4000 BC, where they were depicted in early Egyptian carvings. The greyhound. The harrier. They were used for hunting hares by trailing them. They're a medium-sized, muscular hunting dog with a small, hard coat to protect them from the weather within the field. They have large bones, lots of stamina and strength. The harrier. The Irish Wolfhound, the largest of the Sighthound family and one of the oldest breeds. They're believed to have been brought from Asia to Greece in about 273 BC and were greatly valued in areas where wolves were a problem. They found their way to Ireland with traders in the 4th century AD and became established there. The Irish Wolfhound. The Norwegian Elkhound. Their origins can be traced back to the Vikings and their versatile hunters. They are expected to have stamina and agility to hunt day after day in terrain that varies from marsh to hilly timber growth and in weather conditions of cold, rain, snow, sleet and freezing temperatures. The Norwegian Elkhound. They're a member of the Spitz family. Petite Basset Griffon Vendine. Petite means small in French. These hounds belong to the scent hound family and they were bred to hunt small game either in a pack or on their own. Petite Basset Griffon Vendine. The Pharaoh Hound. This breed's history dates back to 4000 BC in Europe. A striking statue of a hound resembling a pharaoh hound was found in Tutankhamun's tomb. They made their way to Malta with Venetian traders, and in 1977 they were declared the national dog of Malta, and a silver coin was minted to commemorate the occasion. The Pharaoh Hound. Portuguese Podengo, ladies and gentlemen. The one now parading is the small, smooth-haired. The breed comes in 3 sizes, and they are the national breed of Portugal. Very fast and agile, was extremely durable. The Portuguese Podengo, small, smooth-haired. And our second Portuguese Podengo is a small wire-haired. Same animal, ladies and gentlemen, just a different style of coat. This one being wiry and rough. Rhodesian Ridgeback. They were developed in Africa, where the Dutch Boers found them invaluable as guard dogs, hunters of small game, and they also alerted their owners to the whereabouts of large game. They have a unique ridge of hair which commences just behind the shoulders, where it's flanked by two crowns and extends down to the haunch bones. Hence they are given the name Rhodesian Ridgeback. The Saluki, a sight hound that is graceful yet deceptively strong. The Saluki was developed in Arabia to hunt. The prey was small gazelle and rabbit in terrain from sifting sands to hard-packed ground to mountainous and marshy areas. The Saluki. The Slugie, medium-sized, short-haired, smooth-coated, athletic sighthound, developed in North Africa to hunt game such as hare, fox, jackal, gazelle and wild pigs. They're an ancient breed treasured in North Africa for that hunting skill and their speed and their agility. The Slugie. And the Whippet. They hunt in close cooperation with their master. Because of their small size, they were very popular with poachers who would put them up under their coats and release them into the King's Forest. In the north of England, around Lancashire, whippets were also kept for racing, mainly by miners and other manual workers. The Whippet. So, ladies and gentlemen, our judge now has a very difficult decision from all these beautiful best of breeds. She will make, first of all, a cut of usually around about 8. First choice is the Afghan Hound, followed by the Basenji, Basset Hound, Borzoi, the Grand Basset Griffon Vendine, the Irish Wolfhound, and lastly the Saluki. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our retiring hounds. They are all best of breeds, all had a very successful day at Sydney Royal on the day that their breed was shown, and they've been privileged to come back and represent their breed in the judging of Best in Group. And ladies and gentlemen, behind the Irish Wolfhound, our judge also brought out the Petite Basset Griffon Vendine, making her short list of 8. And now she's going to send them around, ladies and gentlemen. So here's your opportunity. Clap and cheer, ladies and gentlemen. Give these shortlisted dogs all the encouragement you can. It'll help with the nerves of the handlers. It will make no difference to our judge, ladies and gentlemen. She's a professional. Her job is judging the dogs as she sees them fitting their breed standard. She's looking for the one that'll meet the breed standard best. Now she's going to choose a few more. She's chosen so far the Afghan, the Basenji, the Borzoi, and the Saluki. No, sorry, it moved, but it didn't come out. It is the Petite Basset. So, ladies and gentlemen, again, a round of applause for our retiring 4 short-listed dogs. And so, ladies and gentlemen, now we're down to 4. There's 4 places, 1, 2, 3, 4. So these people each know that they're going to be standing on the pegs receiving one of those beautiful coloured rosettes. They just don't know which one they will have.
No, dachshunds.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I just need to add some exhibit numbers so that we know exactly who our winners are. Right. 4th place in the Hound group for the 2025 Advanced Sydney Royal Dog Show has been awarded to the Petite Basset Griffon Vendine. Third place for 2025 has been awarded to the Borzoi. So, ladies and gentlemen, now I have 2 extremely nervous and excited handlers, along with their family, friends, those that are associated with the dogs in the stands and some watching on live stream. So, of course, when I announce second, you'll automatically know who is first. So, second in group, because that's the rosette our judge is holding for 2025 Advanced Sydney Royal Dog Show, has been awarded to the Basenji. So, ladies and gentlemen, best in group 2025 Afghan group is the Afghan Hound, exhibit number 1221. You can see the smile on her face, ladies and gentlemen, and you can also see the slight tears in her eyes. To win a group at such a prestigious show as the Sydney Royal Easter Show is a dream come true. She has a family who wish to congratulate her, but we need her back for a lap of honour. So come on, back in the middle. Ladies and gentlemen, as they go round, please congratulate them all. The winner of the Hound group, the Afghan Hound. Second place, the Basenji. Third place, the Borzoi. And fourth place, the Petite Basset Griffon Vendine. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have an award at Sydney Royal for the Hound Group, just a special award, and it's an award for the best dachshund. So each of our 6 dachshunds will come back into the ring and our judge will choose our best dachshund for the 2025 Advanced Sydney Royal Dog Show. Coming back in catalogue order, ladies and gentlemen, we have our dachshund long hair, exhibit 1316. Followed by our dachshund miniature long hair, 1337. Dachshund miniature smooth hair, 1346. Dachshund miniature wire-haired, 1351. Dachshund smooth-haired, 1361. And lastly, the Dachshund wire-haired, 1376. So this is an award, ladies and gentlemen, that comes with a perpetual trophy. The trophy lives in the cabinet at the Royal Agricultural Society of New South Wales. It's brought out and paraded on General Specials Day. You can see it coming into the ring. The winner has a medallion to take home as a memento. And ladies and gentlemen, our best dachshund for 2025 is the Dachshund Smooth Hair. Exhibit number 1361. Please congratulate our other dachshunds, ladies and gentlemen. It's always lovely to see all the sizes and all the varieties. So he's going to walk at the front of the line and they're going to parade round out the gate. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for our dachshund family, paraded on our lawns here at the 2025 Advanced Sydney Royal Dog Show. So, ladies and gentlemen, bringing into our ring now our best puppies, starting with the Azawak, exhibit number 1231. Basenji, 1235. Basset Hound, 1273. Dachshund Longhaired, 1315. Dachshund Miniature Longhaired, 1331. Dachshund Miniature Wire-haired, 1354. Dachshund Wire-haired, 1373. Deerhound, 1378. Grand Basset Griffin Vendine, 1390. Irish Wolfhound, 1401. Petite Basset Griffin Vendine, 1418. Whippet 1484. So, ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for all our puppies in the Hound group. They're now competing for Best Puppy for 2025. Puppies are only between 6 and 12 months of age, ladies and gentlemen, so they're not extremely experienced at dog shows. They've attended quite a few, but to be out here on the centre lawn in the main ring of Sydney Royal is something they've never done before. So each of them, ladies and gentlemen, will judges sending them around again to watch them again on the move. You can see there's quite a size difference in the Hound group, ladies and gentlemen, from our miniature dachshunds to our Deerhound and our Irish Wolfhound. And so, ladies and gentlemen, in puppy, there is only one winner for Best Puppy. That puppy will come back later in the day to compete for Puppy in Show. But again, to win a puppy in group at a show as prestigious as the Sydney Royal Easter Show is something really desired for all of our owners and handlers. Then the award has been given to the Grand Basset Griffin Vendine, 1390. So, ladies and gentlemen, as our remaining puppies make their way round the ring and out the top gate, please congratulate them, ladies and gentlemen. They have had a very successful Sydney Royal. They have been Puppy of Breed on Breed Day, and sometimes in that quite strong competition. When we get them out of the way a little bit, we're going to send our Grand Basset, our puppy and group, around the ring on a lap of honour. Oh yes, there's that lovely ribbon. Round we go, ladies and gentlemen. Your puppy and group for the 2025 Advanced Sydney Royal Dog Show. And ladies and gentlemen, would you please congratulate our judge? Just come to us all the way from Brazil. We are really privileged, ladies and gentlemen, to have international judges who take the time to travel the distance to Australia and to be here for 10 days of judging. It's an enormous effort, and we really appreciate the generosity of their time and their expertise.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next group up is our utility group. Please welcome our judge, Mr. Jackson Kimber from Korea.
And the first breed in the Akita, followed by the Bernese Mountain Dog, the Boxer, Bull Mastiff, Cane Corso, Doberman, the Dogue de Bordeaux, the Australia Mountain Dog, German Pinscher, the Lancia, Leonberger, the Mastiff, Neapolitan Mastiff, Newfoundland, Portuguese Water Dog, Pyrenean Mountain Dog, the Rottweiler, Russian Black Terrier, Samoyed, the Schnauzer, Schnauzer Giant, Schnauzer Miniature, Shiba Inu, Shikoku, Siberian Husky, Saint Bernard, the Tibetan Mastiff, the Yakutian Laika, and the Akita. A judge casting his eye over these dogs for the last time before he makes his cut. The Alaskan Malamute, Exhibit 1872. The Akita, Exhibit 1862. Bernese Mountain Dog, exhibit 1890. The Boxer, the Bull Mastiff, the Cane Corso, the Doberman, Dogue de Bordeaux, Estrella Mountain Dog, German Pinscher, the Lancia, Leonberger, the Mastiff, the Neapolitan Mastiff, Newfoundland, Portuguese Water Dog, Pyrenean Mountain Dog, Rottweiler. Russian Black Terrier. Samoyed. Schnauzer. Schnauzer Giant. Schnauzer Miniature. Shiba Inu. Shikoku. Siberian Husky. Saint Bernard. Tibetan Mastiff. The Lacutian Laika. The Alaskan Malamute, Bull Mastiff, Doberman, Rottweiler, Samoyed, the Schnauzer, Schnauzer miniature, ladies and gentlemen, as they retire from the main arena, please put your hands together for all your other best of breeds in the utility group. The Alaska Malamute, the Bull Mastiff, Doberman, Rottweiler, Samoyed, Siberian Husky, Schnauzer, and the Schnauzer miniature. Our judge casting his eyes over these dogs for the last time before he makes his final choice of the 4 winners in the 2025 Advance Sydney Royal Dog Show. Ladies and gentlemen, Fourth place in the utility group for the Advanced Sydney Royal Dog Show 2025 has been awarded to the Alaskan Malamute, Exhibit 1872. Third in group, the Bull Mastiff, 1932. Runner-up to best in group, the Schnauzer Giant. Exhibit 2059. The standard. Ladies and gentlemen, your best in group goes to the Siberian Husky. Exhibit 2114.
It's just standard. It's just the schnauzer.
Retiring best of breeds leave the ring. Ladies and gentlemen, as they do their lap of honour, please put your hands together for your best in group, your runner-up in group, third in group, and fourth in group for the 2025 Advanced Sydney Royal Dog Show. Now judging the puppy in the utility group, Bernese, followed by the Cane Corso, Doberman, Newfoundland, Portuguese Water Dog, Pyrenean Mountain Dog, Schnauzer Giant, Schnauzer Miniature, Shiba Inu, and the Siberian Husky.
Wait on, wait on.
Cane Corso, the Doberman. Newfoundland. Exhibit 1990. Portuguese Water Dog, Exhibit 2002. The Pyrenean Mountain Dog, 2008.
Just have to go in and get these.
The Schnauzer,
So the schnauzers will come back in. So you just have to say that we have a full now for the best schnauzer. We're going to do yearly. But it's on.
Schnauzer Miniature, 2064.
It's automatic.
Shiba Inu, 2095. And the Siberian Husky, 2121. Ladies and gentlemen, your best puppy and group for the Advance Sydney Royal Dog Show 2025 is awarded to the Doberman. Exhibit 1950. As the other puppies leave the arena, please show your appreciation. All winners in their own right. And as she does her lap of honour, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for your puppy in the utility group, the Doberman. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have a special award for the Schnauzers. The best Schnauzer in the utility group was awarded a class in group, and she takes out the best Schnauzer in show for the 2025 Advance Sydney Royal Dog Show.
That concludes Jackson Kimber's judging for the time being. And the next group is almost ready to take its place, ladies and gentlemen, the working group.
Ladies and gentlemen, our judge is still just prejudging his last couple of breeds in this group that he didn't see on one of the breed days. But they are lining up and they will be with us very, very shortly.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to commence the working group. Please show your appreciation for our judge, Mr. Svante Frisk from Sweden.
Ladies and gentlemen, the first breed coming into our ring, Australian Cattle Dog, exhibit number 1508. Australian Kelpie, 1531. Australian Shepherd, 1566. Australian Stumpy Tail Cattle Dog, 1593. Bearded Collie, 1598. Belgian Shepherd Tervuren, 1603. Border Collie, 1664. Collie Rough, 1688. Collie Smooth, 1698. Finnish Lapland, 1710. German Shepherd Dog, 1731. German Shepherd Dog Long Stock Coat, 1758. Maremma Sheepdog, 1764. Norwegian Buhund, 1770. Old English Sheepdog, 1785. Pulley, 1790. Shetland Sheepdog, 1801. Swedish Valhund, 1808. Welsh Corgi Cardigan, 1822. Welsh Corgi Pembroke, 1828. And the White Swiss Shepherd Dog, 1850. So, ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause. Thank you for all our working dogs now competing for Best in Group at our 2025 Advance Sydney Royal Dog Show. So, ladies and gentlemen, the first dog moving is the Australian Cattle Dog that was developed in Australia to work cattle in the harsh Australian outback. They come in two main colours, the red and the blue, hence the nicknames the red heeler and the blue heeler, and it is the blue variety that we have with us today. The Australian Cattle Dog. The Australian Kelpie was also developed in Australia as a sheepdog that could muster and drive sheep in the vast pastoral areas and the searing summer heat. They're a live active dog with a fox-like expression, and they come in a variety of colours, including red, black, chocolate, black and tan, red and tan, fawn and smoke blue. You might have seen the movie, ladies and gentlemen, Red Dog. That's what we have in the ring today. An Australian Shepherd is a herding dog that was developed on ranches in the United States. They acquired the name Aussie because some of them were used to herd Australian sheep. They come in a variety of colours, ladies and gentlemen, black, red, blue merle and red merle, with or without white markings and copper points. And it's a blue merle with copper points that is in our ring today. The Australian Stumpy Tail Cattle Dog, ladies and gentlemen, was the first breed of dog developed in Australia specifically for Australian conditions. They are descended from crosses between European herding dogs and the Australian dingo. They're a rugged square dog, colours of blue or red, mottled or speckled, with no tan markings. Their distinctive feature is the frequent lack of a tail or a very short tail. Australian stumpy tail cattle dog. Bearded Collie, ladies and gentlemen, a herding breed developed to move stock on the steep hillsides of Scotland, where his weatherproof coat was essential for survival. They're a lean, active dog with a bright, inquiring expression. They come in shades of grey or brown, usually with white markings. They're quite outgoing and are well known for a beardy bounce. The Bearded Collie. Belgian Shepherd, ladies and gentlemen, is a herding dog and a guard dog that originated in Brussels. They come in 4 varieties. The variety with us today is the Tervuren, which is a long-haired variety that's either fawn or grey with a black mask and overlay. The Tervuren, Belgian Shepherd dog. The Border Collie, a herding dog, ladies and gentlemen, that originated on the border between England and Scotland, but it was then further developed in Australia, so it becomes one of our Australian working dogs. They have a smooth, graceful outline, tireless movement, and they convey the impression of the ability to be able to move with great stealth. The Border Collie. The Collie Rough originated in Scotland as a herding dog. They were made famous in the 1940s by the book and the movie Lassie Come Home. They should instantly peel as a dog of great beauty. They come in 3 colours, sable and white, tricoloured and blue merle. And it's the sable variety that we have with us today. The Collie Rough. The Collie Smooth has its origins amongst the shepherd dogs of Scotland. Queen Victoria became very interested in them while staying at Balmoral Castle, and in 1860 she purchased some to join her kennel. They have a similar conformation to the Collie Rough, and they come in the same colours. The Collie Smooth. Finnish Lapland, ladies and gentlemen, was traditionally bred as a herder and watchdog, used in the keeping of reindeer. They're keen and courageous, strong-boned and powerful for their size. They have a profuse coat which comes in a variety of colours. The Finnish Lapland. The German Shepherd dog was bred in Germany from existing herding dogs with the aim of producing a dog with a very high working aptitude. Their well-balanced temperament and makes them easy to train, and we see them today often being used as guard and service dogs by both the police and the military. The German Shepherd dog. The German Shepherd dog long stock coat is constructionally the same dog as the German Shepherd except for that coat. It's long and soft, it's close fitting and feathering on the ears and legs, and bushy breeches and bushy tail. Sometimes it makes it look like a slightly larger dog, but that's because of the coat. The German Shepherd dog long stock coat. The Maremma sheepdog, a livestock garden dog used by Italian shepherds to protect sheep from wolves. They're a proud dog, not inclined to submission, but devoted to their master and all his entourage. The Maremma sheepdog. The Norwegian bullhound, ladies and gentlemen. A dog with a Spitz origin, hence he carries his tail over his back. He's very upright, erect ears. The Norwegian bullhound. The Old English sheepdog. Large, strong, compact dog developed in England to herd cattle and drive them to markets. The Old English sheepdog is nicknamed the bobtail because originally they did dock the tail, and that identified the dog as a working dog, and they were exempt from taxes. In Australia, we often call him the Dulux dog, the Old English sheepdog. The pulley, a square, medium-sized Hungarian herding and livestock guarding dog. It's that profuse corded coat that is very distinct, and then the hair over their eyes, a little bit like an umbrella. They're very playful, ladies and gentlemen, have puppy-like behaviour for their entire lives. The pulley. The Shetland sheepdog, often known as a Sheltie, small, long-haired dog of great beauty. They were partly derived from dogs used in the Shetland Isles for herding and protecting sheep. They're small because the stock they had to work on the Shetland Islands were also very small, and they come in colours of sable, tricolour, blue merle, black and white, and black and tan. The Shetland sheepdog. The Swedish Valhund was developed as an all-purpose farm dog, traditionally used to control vermin, herd cattle, guard stock, and act as a watchdog. They would alert their owners of strangers or predators by barking. The Swedish Valhund. The Welsh Corgi cardigan, amongst the oldest of the herding breeds, having originated from the Teckle family of dogs, which also produced the dachshunds. They're traditionally a droving dog, with short legs enabling it to dodge in between the legs of the cattle and drive them on. The Welsh Corgi cardigan. The Welsh Corgi Pembroke. They're a herding breed which originated in Pembrokeshire in Wales. They're well known as being the preferred breed of the late Queen Elizabeth II. They have a foxy head and come in colours of red, sable, fawn, black and tan with or without white markings. The Welsh Corgi Pembroke. And ladies and gentlemen, the last breed in our Dogs Australia working dog group, which is Group 5, is the White Swiss Shepherd dog. It was bred for working and protecting sheep. They have a pure white coat, which comes in both a long and a short variety. The White Swiss Shepherd dog. So, ladies and gentlemen, we now have all our working dogs back in the ring. And like our other groups, our judge will make a short list, usually 8. And eventually we are down to the final 4 to win group 1, 2, 3 and 4. So, ladies and gentlemen, our judge is pulling out the Australian Shepherd, the bearded collie, the border collie, the collie rough, the German Shepherd dog long stock coat, Norwegian Buhund, the Old English sheepdog, the pulley, and the Welsh Corgi Pembroke. So he's chosen 9 for his short group. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate the rest of our Best of Breed winners. They've had a successful day at Sydney Royal, ladies and gentlemen, earlier in the week. They were Best of Breed, some of them in quite a large entry. So to win Best of Breed at a prestigious show like Sydney Royal Easter Show is very highly desired by our handlers and breeders and owners. And we now have a short list. We have 9 in this particular short list. And from those 9, our judge will need to choose 4. So, ladies and gentlemen, our judge is going to send each of these breeds up and down again. The first one is the Australian Shepherd. Please feel free to clap, cheer. It's an encouragement for our handlers that are in the ring. Sometimes it gets a little nervous being in there, particularly when you've now been shortlisted and you've got the chance of being awarded 1, 2, 3 or 4 in group. Our judge, ladies and gentlemen, is a professional at what he's doing. He's not influenced by your actions or your cheering and clapping, but certainly it helps our handlers to feel a little bit more encouragement, take a little few of those nerves away. Our second dog moving is the bearded collie. Our third of our shortlisted breeds, ladies and gentlemen, is the border collie. Moving now, ladies and gentlemen, we have the collie rough. The current dog moving, ladies and gentlemen, is the German Shepherd dog, long stock coat. The Norwegian Buhund, ladies and gentlemen. You see, he has his tail up over his back. That is because he is a member of the Spitz group. If he was being shown, when he was shown in our FCI show, as part of Sydney Royal, he was in the Spitz group. In our Dogs Australia system, he is in the working dog group. Old English Sheepdog. The pulley. Very unique with that corded coat, ladies and gentlemen. And the last of our shortlisted breeds in the working dog group, ladies and gentlemen, the Welsh Corgi Pembroke. So, ladies and gentlemen, currently we're down to 9, and in a few minutes we'll be down to 4. Best in group, sometimes called Group 1, runner-up in Group 2, third in group, and fourth in group for the Advance 2025 Sydney Royal Easter Show. To be shortlisted in group is very exciting, ladies and gentlemen. To be awarded a place or winner of the group is something that people aspire to. I'm just going to put the numbers on these, ladies and gentlemen, so I can call them out, and then we'll be ready to go. So, ladies and gentlemen, I've got 9 very nervous handlers out there, along with their family and breeders and friends in the pavilion behind us and watching on live stream. So, ladies and gentlemen, for the 2005 Advanced Sydney Royal Dog Show, 4th place in group has been awarded to the Border Collie, exhibit number 1664. Third in group for 2025, the Collie Ruff, exhibit number 1688. Second in group for what we call in the dog world runner-up to best in group for 2025 has been awarded to the Pulley. And ladies and gentlemen, that beautiful red, white and blue rosette, highly prized, ladies and gentlemen, and this year had his been for 2025 Advanced Sydney Royal Dog Show. It has been awarded to the Australian Shepherd, exhibit number 1566. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to send our retiring shortlisted dogs around the ring. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. They've had a very successful Sydney Royal. They were best of breed on their day that they were judged. They've been shortlisted in the main ring. And it's very exciting for the handlers. It's lovely to see our exhibitors congratulating each other. Notice that beautiful gold trophy down there, ladies and gentlemen. That dog's name will be engraved on that beautiful trophy. And here they go, round the ring, the Australian Shepherd, the Pulley, Collie Rough and Border Collie, our winners in the working dog group at the 2025 Advanced Sydney Royal Dog Show. So once the boards and the trophies have been removed from the ring, ladies and gentlemen, we have a different award at Sydney Royal. Sometimes we have special awards. You saw we had the best Schnauzer and we had the best Dachshund. In the working dog group this year, ladies and gentlemen, we have an award for the best Welsh Corgi. So we're going to bring back in our 2 Welsh Corgis. We have a Welsh Corgi cardigan, exhibit number 1822, and a Welsh Corgi Pembroke, 1828, for our judge to select his best Welsh Corgi. Ladies and gentlemen, our judge is just going to move them up and down. Let's give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Our 2 Welsh Corgis. They have different origins. Our Pembroke is a Spitz origin. Our cardigan is a Teckle origin, but they were both bred in Wales. The Welsh Corgi cardigan and the Welsh Corgi Pembroke. And our award for our best Welsh Corgi has been awarded to the Pembroke, exhibit number 1828. So please congratulate them, ladies and gentlemen, as they make their way round the ring. And now we move on to our puppies in the working dog group. Puppies are between 6 and 12 months of age, ladies and gentlemen. This is a very new experience for some of them. The first one coming into our ring is the Australian Cattle Dog, exhibit number 1512. Australian Kelpie, 1527. Australian Shepherd, 1571. Australian Stumpy Tail Cattle Dog, 1593. Bearded Collie, 1595. Belgian Shepherd Tervuren, 1605. Border Collie, 1615. Collie Rough, 1677. Finnish Lapland, 1702. German Shepherd Dog, Long Stock Coat, 1752. Old English Sheepdog, 1780. Pulley, 1792. Shetland Sheepdog, 1796. Swedish Valhond, 1808. Welsh Corgi Cardigan, 1820. And Welsh Corgi Pembroke, 1836. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause to all our puppies in the working dog group. They're now competing for Puppy in Group for the 2025 Advance Sydney Royal Dog Show. The first one our judge is moving is our Australian cattle dog. The second puppy moving, ladies and gentlemen, is Australian Kelpie. Moving currently, ladies and gentlemen, we have the Australian Shepherd. Australian Stumpy Tail Cattle Dog. Bearded Collie. Belgian Shepherd Tervuren. Border Collie. Collie Ruff. Finnish Lapland. German Shepherd Dog, long stock coat. Old English Sheepdog. The pulley. The Shetland Sheepdog. Swedish Valhund. Welsh Corgi Cardigan. And ladies and gentlemen, the last of our puppies in our working dog group, which is our group 5 in Dogs Australia, is the Welsh Corgi Pembroke. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we've said before, these puppies are only between 6 and 12 months of age. So, being out there on the dog lawns in the centre ring of Sydney Royal Easter Show, one of the most prestigious shows we have in Australia, our judge is going to make a short list. He's choosing his Australian stumpy tail cattle dog. He's also chosen his Collie Rough, his Finnish Lapland, the Old English Sheepdog. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's put a round of applause to our retiring puppies as they make their way round the ring and out the top gate. They've each had a very successful day. On breed day, we've got one that decided it was going to go and say hello to someone at the fence, but Mum was going in the opposite direction. So we have 4 puppies, ladies and gentlemen. Our Australian Stumpy Tail Cattle Dog, our Collie Rough, our Finnish Lapland, and our Old English Sheepdog. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, as the first 2 make their way round the ring on another lap for the judge to have another look at them moving. And the same with our Finnish Lapland and our Old English Sheepdog. So, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, we only have one award, Best Puppy and Group for the 2025 Advanced Sydney Royal Dog Show in the Working Dog Group. I've got 4 very nervous handlers, but I have one winner, and the winner today is the Collie Rough, exhibit number 1677. So, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our remaining 3 shortlisted dogs. Don't go away, Collie Rough. Don't disappear. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Our other 3 shortlisted dogs are leaving the ring, and then our Collie Rough doing her lap of honour. She's very, very excited. And the dog says, my ribbon, I won it, I can have it. Yes, I can. Please congratulate our Collie Rough, who's having an absolute ball out on that main ring. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Please thank our judge, Mr. Svante Frisk from Sweden, ladies and gentlemen. Svante will be back a little later on to judge Best Neuter in Show. So we're about to judge the last of our 7 groups. This will be the last winner joining the other 6 for Best in Show. Please welcome to our ring Miss Bianca Teixeira from Brazil.
The Boston Terrier, exhibit 2147. The British Bulldog, 2173. Chow Chow, 2200. Dalmatian, 2219. French Bulldog, 2243. German Spitz Klein, 2257. German Spitz Mittel, 2261. Great Dane, 2272. Japanese Spitz, 2276. Quezon, 2298. Lhasa Apso, 2317. Peruvian hairless dog, large, 2330. Poodle miniature, 2335. Poodle standard, 2352. Poodle toy, 2339. Skipper key, 2394. Sharpei, 2406. Shih Tzu, 2419. Tibetan Terrier, 2421. Sholo with Quintley, intermediate, 2424. Sholo with Quintil, miniature, 2425. And the Sholo with Quintil, standard, 2434. The British Bulldog. The Chow Chow. The Dalmatian. The French Bulldog. The German Spitz Klein. The German Spitz Mitchell. The Great Dane. The Japanese Spitz. The Caisson. The Lazarepso. The Peruvian hairless dog, Large. Poodle miniature. Poodle Standard. Poodle Toy. Skipper Key. Sharpei. Lee Shih Tzu. The Tibetan Terrier. The Shalowith Quintley Intermediate. Shalowith Quintley Miniature. And the Sherlock Quintley Standard. This area is now choosing dogs. The Boston Terrier, the Caisson, Poodle, Miniature, Standard and Toy, the Shar-Pei, Tibetan Terrier, the Sherlock Quintley Standard, ladies and gentlemen, as the other best of breeds retire from the ring, please show your appreciation, all winners in their own rights, for the Advanced Sydney Royal Dog Show 2025. So we have the Boston Terrier, exhibit 2147. Caisson, exhibit 2298. Poodle Miniature, exhibit 2335. Poodle Standard, exhibit 2352. Poodle Toy, exhibit 2389. And the Shar-Pei 2406. The Tibetan Terrier 2421. The Sherlock Quintley Standard 2434. Ladies and gentlemen, in fourth place in the non-sporting group for the Advanced Sydney Royal Dog Show 2025, the Boston Terrier, exhibit 2147. In third place, the Poodle Toy 2389. Ladies and gentlemen, runner-up or second in group goes to the Caisson, exhibit 2298. And now the big one for the Advanced Sydney Royal Dog Show 2025 goes to the Poodle Standard, exhibit 2352. And as the other best of breeds leave the arena, ladies and gentlemen, all winners in their own rights, please give them a round of applause. And as they do their lap of honour, your best in group, runner-up in group, third in group, and fourth in group for the non-sporting group at the Advanced Sydney Royal Dog Show 2025. And now we will do the puppies in the non-sporting group. First off, the British Bulldog 2165. The Chow Chow 2209. Dalmatian 2222. French Bulldog 2235. German Spitzmittel 2259. Japanese Spitz 2280. Caisson 2292. Lazarapso 2322. Peruvian Hairless Dog Large 2330. Poodle Miniature 2333. Poodle Toy 2370. Skipper Key 2399. Shih Tzu 2414. Tibetan Terrier 2420. And the Sholo, it's Quintlay Standard 2434. Ladies and gentlemen, these are all your puppies in the non-sporting group for the Advance Sydney Royal Dog Show 2025. The British Bulldog, the Chow Chow, the Dalmatian, the French Bulldog,
Oh, John Bryson's walking.
German Spitz Mitchell, the Japanese Spitz, the Quezon, the Lazarepso, The Peruvian hairless dog, Large. The Poodle, Miniature. The Poodle, Toy. The Skipper Key. The Shih Tzu. The Tibetan Terrier. The Sholowitz Quintlay, Standard. And we have the judge's decision for the best puppy in the non-sporting group. For the Advance Sydney Royal Dog Show 2025 goes to the British Bulldog, Exhibit 2165. 5. Ladies and gentlemen, as the retiring puppies leave the arena, please show your appreciation. They have been judged over the last 10 days for the Advanced Sydney Royal Dog Show 2025. And ladies and gentlemen, as she does her lap of honour, please show your appreciation for the puppy in the non-sporting group for the Advanced Sydney Royal Dog Show 2025, the British Bulldog, Exhibit 2165. Ladies and gentlemen, please thank the judge from Brazil, Miss Texera.
Ladies and gentlemen, please show your appreciation for Bianca Texiera, her lovely non-sporting judging. Bianca will be back a little later on. We're just going to have a short break, ladies and gentlemen, so if you like to have an amenities break or go and get a cup of coffee or whatever, we'll have a break until approximately 2 p.m. and then we will commence proceedings off again. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for our junior handler, our champion junior handler. Please welcome our judge, Mr. Svante Frisk from Sweden. I'd like to welcome everybody here today. Hope you're enjoying the day here at the Royal. So first of all, we're going to do the champion junior handler. Then we're going to go through and our obedience winner will show you how very clever they are. And then after that, we start on the best in show judging. So it's all building from here, ladies and gentlemen. So get excited, get ready. It's all happening.
So, ladies and gentlemen, back on our first day of judging, we had our junior handler competition. Would you please welcome back into our ring the winner of the junior handler class 15 to 19 years, exhibit number 2884. The winner of our junior handler class 13 to under 15 years, number 2880. The winner of our junior handler class 11 to under 13 years, 2875. Winner of our junior handler class, ladies and gentlemen, 9 to under 11 years, exhibit number 2874. And ladies and gentlemen, the winner of our junior handler class 7 to under 9 years is exhibit number 2873. So ladies and gentlemen, these young ladies, and there were gentlemen as well, ladies and gentlemen, young handlers in the dog world, competed in their age class on the first day of our Sydney Royal Easter Show for 2025. These were chosen as the winners of their age class, and our judge, Mr. Frisk from Sweden, needs to choose which one of them will be champion handler for 2025. Notice he's wandering around, ladies and gentlemen. There's a real art in handling, and one of the things to do is make sure you do not put yourself between the judge and the dog. So he's going in and out, and they're going from side to side, just to make sure that they don't put themselves between the judge and the dog. So, ladies and gentlemen, our judge is asking our handlers to do a triangle. And whereas you've watched our handlers during our breed competition do things like this, when you're a junior handler, it's a little bit more precise to make sure you have that distance to the corner and then across and back to the judge so that you're making a beautiful triangle. Would be nice if it was an equilateral triangle. That's my mathematics telling us there, so that the length of each part of those sides is the same. And now the judge wants the handler to take the dog straight out and back. And when you look at the skills and the handling of these young junior handlers, ladies and gentlemen, you know that our dog world is in good hands. Because not only do they handle well, they're also very gentle with the dogs. And there's a real aim at showing the dog to the best of your ability to show off the good characteristics and the breed characteristics of your particular dog that you're actually handling. And notice, ladies and gentlemen, they're handling all sorts of sizes in dogs. Our first handler was handling a Papillon. Our second handler is handling a Siberian Husky. Our third handler, ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the 11 to 13 years age group, is handling a Whippet. And ladies and gentlemen, our fourth junior handler, the winner of the 9 to 11 years age class, is handling a Schnauzer miniature. And ladies and gentlemen, our youngest handler, the winner of the 7 to 9 years age class, is handling a golden retriever. So, ladies and gentlemen, our judge is asking them all to go out and back together. Different sized dogs, different ages of handlers. So look at the professional, look at the skill that these young ladies are bringing to our dog world. And we're really privileged to have them and their families and the owners of the dogs as part of our dog show community. So, ladies and gentlemen, our judge is, his decision is being written down. But before we actually announce that decision, ladies and gentlemen, we referred to these young ladies with exhibit numbers. But they're not numbers, but we needed to do that when the judge is around. I'd like to introduce to you, ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the 15 to 19 years was Sarah Garside. Please congratulate Sarah. The winner of the junior handler, the 13 to 15 years, was Bridie Alders. Please congratulate Bridie. The winner of our junior handler class, 11 to 13 years, Olivia Morby. The winner of our junior handler class, 9 to 11 years, was Evelette Bishop. No, stay there. And the winner of our junior handler class, 7 to 9 years, was Harper Meehan. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're very, very proud in the dog world of these 5 young ladies. Only one of them can be champion handler at the 2025 Advanced Sydney Royal Dog Show. And this year that has been awarded to Sarah Garside, the winner of the 15 to 19 years, handling a Papillon. And you'll notice Sarah's receiving a rosette and a medallion and a trophy from our sponsor, Advance. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for these lovely young ladies. They've done a beautiful job of handling. Very caring young ladies of the dogs that they have on the end of the lead. And as Sarah does a lap of honour, please put your hands together. This is our champion handler for the 2025 Advanced Sydney Royal Dog Show. And congratulations to Sarah. And ladies and gentlemen, please thank our judge, Mr. Frisk. He is one of our confirmation judges, but he's also eligible to judge handlers, and he is with us all the way from Sweden. So please say thank you to our judge. We appreciate his expertise with us on our grounds here at Sydney Royal.
Ladies and gentlemen, please thank Mr. Svante Frisk, who was our junior handler judge. Svante will be back a little later on to judge Neuter and show in a little while. Now, ladies and gentlemen, a special treat. We've got the winner of the obedience trial, which was held on the first Friday of the show. And this winner is a very, very clever dog. And to tell you all about this dog, here we go with Obedience Chief Steward, Marianne Fazekas.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's my honour and privilege to present this year's Obedience Best in Trial Award. On the 11th of April, during the opening day of the 2025 Advanced Sydney Royal Dog Show, we welcomed an outstanding field of competitors in our obedience trial, an event that celebrates the partnership between dogs and their handlers. obedience trials are a true demonstration of teamwork, discipline, and communication. Each class builds on the skills of the one before it, guiding dogs and their handlers through increasingly complex exercises. The 5 levels are community companion dog, novice, open, utility, and utility dog excellent. Throughout the day, handlers at all levels showcase their dedication, their training, and the strength of their bond with their dogs. The winners of each class then advance to the Best in Trial runoff, a highlight event featuring the top performing teams. This year's Best in Trial recipient is Penny Dalziel and her incredible Border Collie, Naroff Zippity, who qualified for the runoff by winning the open class. Zippity is a 10-year-old Border Collie who loves cuddles, toys, food, people, and above all, performing. She and Penny have built an outstanding career together, earning titles across several disciplines, including Obedience Grand Champion, Rally Champion, Healing to Music Champion, Freestyle Grand Champion, Advanced Tricks, and Utility Dog Excellent. And Zippity doesn't slow down. The very next day after her win at the Royal, she competed at the Border Collie Club of New South Wales trial and won both the Utility Dog Excellent and Open classes, as well as Winner of Winners. Penny and Zippity have now competed at the Sydney Royal 8 times, winning their class every single year. Even more impressively, they've been named Best in Trial 7 times, in 2017, 2018, 2021, 22, 23, 24, and now 2025. That's 5 consecutive wins, a truly remarkable feat. So let's give them a big round of applause for their extraordinary achievements. Congratulations, Penny, and to your phenomenal partner, Obedience Grand Champion, Naroff Zippity. Thank you.
Thank you, Penny and Zippity. What an amazing Border Collie. And to do that in front of all you people, and she was so switched on and in tune with the handler. Amazing achievement. Thank you, Penny. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to start now on our Best in Show judging. To commence proceedings, we will start with Neuter in Show, followed by Breeders Group in Show, Baby Puppy in Show, and Puppy in Show. Then we'll have a few speeches, a few little things, and then get into the main event, the Best in Show judging. For the Neuter in Show, please welcome Mr. Svante Frist back to the ring.
For joining us from across the globe. There is currently over 1,000 people joining us here in Sydney at the 2025 Sydney Royal Easter Show. My name is Kane Gerrits and I am joined by Bridget Bryson, the Assistant Chief Steward.
Hi, Kane. It's great to be here.
Thank you, Bridget. We are very excited. We are about to get underway here at the 2025 Advanced Sydney Royal Dog Show. We are getting started today with the general specials. These classes include the Best Neuter in Show, Best Breeders Group, Best Baby Puppy, and Best Puppy. Coming into the ring now, we have the Best Neuter in Show getting us started for these general specials. Can you tell us a little bit about what this class means?
Yeah, so the Neuter class is open to desexed purebred dogs that are registered with their state controlling body. These dogs have never been part of breeding programs, or maybe they're not bred from, but they're still lovely representations of their breed, and so we've made a place for them at dog shows.
Now, given that they are not a part of a breeding program or have never been, are they judged the same as what we might see our stud stock dogs judged as?
Yeah, so the judge is still looking for the same qualities and characteristics that they're looking in there for in the entire dogs. They still judge them to the same breed standard. It's just that they have their own separate class. Purebred dogs were originally shown to try and assess breeding stock, so we had to make a separate class to make sure that they get judged fairly on their own merits.
Now, this is an incredibly exciting afternoon for all of these dogs and their owners. Can you tell us a little bit about what they have had to do to get to this point?
Yeah, so they were all judged in their individual breeds. The males and the females were judged separately. So they win their neuter class and they have to win a neuter challenge, and then they compete for best of breed.
So exciting. Now, as they all come into the ring, I'm sure you can all see the excitement on their owners' faces, and the dogs are so incredibly well prepared. Bridget, tell us a little bit about some of the breeds that we have coming in and what they are.
Okay, so we used to do this, and at regular shows we do this in their groups. What we did at the Royal is we have a representative from each day. So they competed in their breed, and then they competed against the other breeds on that day for what we call best neuter of the day, and then they've all come back today. So on the table now we have a Scottish Terrier, so they're representing the Terrier group. Then we have a German short-haired pointer and a golden retriever coming up. And then it changes to some of our unique breeds, like Basset Hounds, and there's a German pincer down there. Some of the more rare breeds are represented out here today as well, which is lovely to see. And our judge today is Mr. Svante Frisk from Sweden. So he judged some of these dogs, and they're on the day as well. But because he may not have seen them for a number of days, they're still assessed again today. And also, you know, there's variables. Maybe a dog gets injured, or they don't show as well, or they're just not feeling great today. So they have to get judged on the day.
So exciting, and having a judge joining us from Sweden is so exciting. Here at the Sydney Royal, we are lucky enough to have many judges join us internationally. Tell us a little bit about the process of selecting a judge to come to these events.
Well, we look for judges internationally. It's something that we really love to have here at the Sydney Royal. It gives the exhibitors something different, you know. It's a different experience. The types of dogs and the style of dogs changes around the world, and so does the judges and the things that they're used to seeing. So rather than just showing under Australian judges who are used to seeing the same style of dogs, we change it up a little bit and get internationals. Also, they have really large dog shows overseas. So a lot of the time these judges are very experienced as well. So they bring with them a wealth of knowledge. In Svante's case, he's a breeder as well, which is excellent. So that gives them another sort of a unique perspective into judging dogs, because, you know, they're used to then seeing these dogs go through their age processes and how they develop. So it gives them a really good understanding of that. To judge at this show, it's a requirement that you would sort of need to be an all-rounder, or at least have 4 or 5 of the 7 groups that we have here, because we have such big numbers of dogs and the judges are required to judge so much. So that's also another thing that we look for, is all-rounders. And yeah.
So exciting, and what a great way to put Australia on the stage as having some of the best dogs in the world.
And it's important to note that we ask a real lot of these judges. Over the Easter period, we ask them to be here for nearly 2 weeks. So they have to give up their family life and travel to the other side of the world to do this. So that gives you an idea of just how passionate they are about what they do and how much they enjoy purebred dogs and the judging experience, that they're prepared to travel to the other side of the world and give up 2 weeks of their life to be here to do this for us today.
We are very lucky, and I think that is seen across all of our competitions. We are so lucky to have so many dedicated volunteers who dedicate their lives to ensuring the best of the best stock and produce is shown at these competitions.
It is quite incredible when you have a look around at the show and how it works. To consider that it's basically run by volunteers is mind-blowing.
Absolutely. Tell us a little bit about what the judge is doing here. These dogs are running up onto this ramp to be inspected and then doing a lap around the ring.
Okay, so right now the judge is examining the dog, is what we call it. So they'll check everything from their teeth to their eyes to their ears, sometimes even the shape of their skull or their nose. They'll check their back, make sure they're nice and healthy, everything looks like it's where it should be, and basically assessing that this dog essentially could do what it was bred to do. You know, the breed standards were created based on that, and that's what the judge is looking for now. When he moves them, he's making sure that they're nice and sound, and with a dog like this that was originally bred to be a hunting dog, they want to see that they can get around the ring nice and easily and be able to picture them doing what they were bred to do.
So fantastic.
Whilst they go over each dog the same, they're looking for completely different things. So each breed will have what we call characteristics, and they'll go through and they'll, from top to bottom, They'll check that that dog has all of those characteristics, and then they try and assess which one they think meets the breed standard best. That is subjective, of course. It is their opinion, and some judges place more priority on some things rather than others. But in general, they try and assess the entire animal and take the whole dog into account. Some of these dogs are more primitive breeds, and they will struggle a little bit with this environment because it's so busy, and originally they were bred to maybe do something on their own or in an open space, so it can be a little bit hard for them.
Well, this judge is certainly doing an incredibly thorough job here, which is fantastic to see. Now, given this is a neuter class, you said that these dogs have never been a part of a breeding program before. Is there an age to compete in this class that they have to have been neutered by, or can they be neutered at any time?
There's no requirement for when it has to be done by or how old they can be. Some of these dogs have been part of breeding programs but then have been retired as show dogs. The one that's on the table now the Shetland Sheepdog, was a successful entire dog as well. And then sometimes they get desexed for health reasons, or, the owner's just not interested in breeding but still would like to show them. In this dog's case, it's on the table, an excellent show dog that really, really enjoys it. So the owner still loves to do it even though she's neutered.
That's such an important point to note, isn't it? Even though there is so much that exhibitors get out of bringing their animals and their produce to show, the animals truly do love it, don't they?
Yes, they really do. Most of them really do. They're just like humans. Sometimes they have a bad day. So they're not always, when you look at them in this ring, you might see some of them that might not always look super happy. But in general, they really, really love their jobs. And that's something that you'll see across the board. As you can see with this one, when she runs around, that tail comes out and you can see how focused she is on her handler and really, really knows her job and enjoys every moment of it.
Some incredibly excited supporters here
Yeah,
today.
There definitely is.
Our viewers won't be able to see, but we have an absolutely packed auditorium here, and it is incredibly exciting to see just how supported these competitions are.
Some people at home might be wondering why there's multiple representatives from the same group, and that is because we did them of the day. So we have the German Pincer on the table now, then we have the Samoyed. In our regular show judging, they would both be in the utility group, so we would usually only have one representative from that group here. But because of the new format and doing it on the day, we can have multiple representatives from the same group.
And just how many groups are there, and what are they?
So in Australia, we have 7 groups. This year, we also held an FCI show for the first time, which was run alongside the Royal, the Sydney FCI International. The FCI has 10 groups, and we have 7 groups. So there's some variation there. They split some of our groups up, but in Australia, we regularly have 7 groups. And both of these breeds would usually be in what we call our utility group, which we will see our representatives come in for our puppy and our best in show.
That is amazing.
The baby in show will be done in the same format as this, where the babies were done of the day. So this is our second last dog, just one more to go. A very, very cute little toy poodle.
She is very, very sweet. I love a good poodle cut.
Yeah, they are. It is very, very pretty.
I feel like it's poodle cuts like that really are an iconic part of not only the breed but of dog showing as well.
It is, but interestingly enough, it was for a purpose. They were trimmed that way for a reason because they were a water breed. So the pom-poms and things were left in certain places to protect their body. So whilst it looks glamorous, it did originally serve a function and a purpose.
Wow.
But of course, as humans do, we've glammed it up. Same as these Arctic breeds like the Samoyed, they come through with their beautiful fluffy coat, which looks fantastic. But that is not just for show. That was to serve a purpose when you're dealing with dogs that are capable of living in the snow. As much as we like to think of them as our little pets that sleep on our couch, most of these breeds, especially those Arctic breeds, are capable of living outside in all conditions. It's
such an important grouping of these animals in the lead up to show. must be immense, and the time that our exhibitors would take to prepare these animals.
Yes, with the poodles especially, because they're groomed for the show, and then because they use a lot of products in them at the show, they will then go home tonight and bath all of that out, and the dogs will just go back to being regular dogs and rolling around in the yard and the grass, and it's a very short period of time that you'll see them in this sort of show prep, and once they return home, they return back to normal life. The Terriers are a group of dogs that have a number of coats that need to be hand stripped. They're extremely time consuming and a lot of prep goes into that. And then you have the flip side behind that with the German Shorthair Pointer, which essentially just needs a nice wet towel and is ready to go.
There is certainly something for everyone when it comes to dogs, isn't there?
So we will be able to, in just a second, switch back over to the judge for his decision. The announcer will announce it, and I'm sure there'll be a very loud cheer.
Your best neuter in show for the Advance Sydney Royal Dog Show 2025 has been awarded to the Shetland Sheepdog. Exhibit number 1806. And as the retiring neuter in group dogs leave the ring, ladies and gentlemen, please show your appreciation. These dogs are all winners within their own rights. And ladies and gentlemen, as she does her lap of honour, please put your hands together for the Shetland Sheepdog, for your neuter in show winner for the Advance Sydney Royal Dog Show 2025.
Thank you, Mr. Svan Fris. That
We'll move
completes
over
his
to the judges'
judging for
comments.
today. Please give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. The next item we have on the agenda today is the Breeders' Group in show.
We
This
will
is
now
quite a
move on
spectacular
to
event, ladies
Best
and gentlemen.
Breeders' Group.
And our judge today is Miss
Begin
Bianca.
to make their way into the ring. Bridget, please tell us about Best Breeders' Group in show.
Okay, so the Breeders' Group is a special class that we have to showcase our breeders. It's very fitting today that it is judged by Bianca Teixeira from Brazil, who was a very famous breeder of Bassets herself. So the Breeders' Group gives our breeders an opportunity to showcase their kennel or their prefix. They must have a minimum of 3 dogs that have all come from the same prefix. A prefix is what each of these breeders has that goes at the same of their dog at the start of their dog's registration names to show that they're all from the same breeder. So the judge will be looking for essentially dogs that all look similar, what we call type, that they're all of the same type. A really good breeder, when you look at their dogs, even if they're all the same breed as everyone else is there, you would be able to pick out which ones come specifically from their kennel. Of course it is a show, so having the matching outfits is excellent. And sometimes you'll see that they've tried to match their outfits to show you the country of origin that the breed might be from.
They are incredibly well presented. So just to confirm what you were saying, these dogs all come from the same breeder or the same exhibit?
Correct. They all come from the same breeder. Not necessarily from the same parents, but from the same kennel.
Our next group is Basset Hound, exhibit number 1, 2.
The pink looks very pretty there, especially with the purple ribbon.
I love these matching outfits. The outfits here at dog showing are part of an iconic thing that happens here, isn't it?
It is. Well, originally that came about because it was like your Sunday best. You were going somewhere important, you were proud of your animal, you wanted to present yourself really well, and this is where that came from. Just to show your respect and appreciation for how important you thought the event was, people would dress up.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next group
And that
is
has sort of
Basset
stuck. And then if
Terrier,
you
exhibit number
have a black
2,
dog, it's better if you wear colour, or if you have white, it's better if you wear colour, because it can help your dog stand out more. And I mean, any little thing that they can do to get the judge's attention a little bit more always comes in handy.
That is absolutely what it's all about, catching that judge's eye and showing off the incredible animal that you have brought to exhibit here at
That's
the show.
exactly right.
And the last group to join us, ladies and gentlemen, the Lars Rapso, exhibit number 2329.
Some of these coats that are being brought in to the ring right now are just incredible. I can't imagine the work that must go into these.
Yeah, there's a lot of weekly grooming that happens and a lot of maintenance, but a number of these dogs are house dogs and they live inside, and the owners they find it relaxing. They really enjoy what other people might think of as hard work. For them, it's like therapy.
And Bridget, here at the Sydney Royal, we are so lucky to have Advance as the sponsor. How important is the nutrition of these animals in the lead up to the show?
It's everything. It's make or break. If they're not in great condition, they're not going to perform their best, they're not going to look their best. They need excellent nutrition, and they definitely do get that from Advance. There's a wide variety of products available that suit all different shapes and sizes of dogs and different coat textures, and they have specific products for specific breeds, and it really does make a huge difference. The dogs need to be healthy. That's the priority here.
We really are so lucky to have one of the largest dog food companies in the country as our sponsor. Tell us a little bit about how the judge is judging these animals and the process of judging the best breeders group.
Okay, so she's sending them all out and back together now. That'll give her the opportunity to assess all of their movement side by side and make sure that they're all moving soundly and similarly and the way that they should be moving for their breed.
And do these dogs need to be of a specific age or sex?
They need to be over 6 months, but the sex doesn't matter at all. You can have males or females or all females, as long as they were bred by the same prefix and came from the same breeder. That's all that matters. And you can see when all of those dogs come back towards you, they all look very similar. It doesn't matter if they're moving in unison, they can be moving at different paces. It's just that the overall impression is that they all look similar and they're of what we call the same type.
I do love a good Basset Hound. They're not as common here at the moment, but they are such a spectacular looking dog, aren't they?
They really are, and very unique. Very unique. They're a lovely dog to have around too. Quite happy and quite clownish, and they're lovely and surprisingly heavy. Some of those dogs, they would be close to 40 kilos. So even though they've got short legs, they're extremely dense.
Wow, 40 kilos. I certainly wouldn't have looked at those and thought 40 kilos.
We still put them in on the giant benches inside, even though they've got tiny little legs. We class them as a giant breed a lot of the time. And then you have the Australian Shepherds. They're an excellent working breed, fantastic to live with. And a lot of the breeders that breed the Australian Shepherds tend to keep a number of them because they're just so wonderful to have around and so easy to live with.
I have to say the Australian Shepherds are probably one of my two favourites. I do have a very soft spot for them.
They're excellent. And then we have the Russian Black Terrier, another rare breed, but this breeder always brings out a number of dogs, very passionate about it, and always has a big team.
That's such an important point of the show, isn't it? Even though there might not be a lot of competition for these exhibitors, them going to the effort to bring the animals here for the public to see, for them to have the experience of seeing a dog that they may otherwise never see anywhere else is so exciting.
It is very, and that's something that all these breeders have in common, is that they're all very passionate about preserving purebred dogs. You know, all of these dogs served a purpose in their time. They represent, you know, a point in time from the countries that they came from and what life was like at that time. And all of these breeders can connect with something to do with that and are very passionate about keeping it alive. And whilst we love all dogs and no one discriminates, and we actually had a little bit of an oodle show here last year, it is important for most of these breeders and for most of us in the purebred dog world to keep those little bits of history alive through our animals if we can.
And not only exhibiting the animals here, but the networking of all of the breeders is so important, isn't it? Just everybody coming together at show and seeing each other and catching up.
Well, it is, and it's also giving regular people that might not otherwise be exposed to these breeds the opportunity to meet them and get to know their personalities and to consider whether or not this breed would be appropriate for them and their family. It's such an important part of dog ownership is that the dog matches with your lifestyle, their exercise needs or their mentality. Some dogs are happy to lay around all day, other dogs want to go for a 5K run every day, and all dogs have different temperaments. And that's generally inbuilt into these dogs. So it's a great opportunity for people to get up close and personal with the breeders and the dogs and make that connection and find something that's perfect to join their family. So I think we're ready to announce it. We can switch back over to the judge who has the rosette in her hand ready to go.
And ladies and gentlemen, our winners today, Breeders Group in Show for the 2025 Advanced Sydney Royal Dog Show is the Siberian Husky, exhibit number 2130. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's congratulate all our other breeders group as they make their way around the ring and out the gate on the far side. And once they've all left the ring, we'll then ask our Siberian Huskies to do a lap of honour. But firstly, ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our Skye Terriers, Clumber Spaniel, Pointer, Basset Hound, Australian Shepherd, Russian Black Terrier, and Lhasa Apso. It is a credit to the breeder and the handlers that they've been able to present their dogs, bring them here into our General Specials Day to be part of our General Specials and to be paraded on the dog lawns at Sydney Royal. So lastly, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause as they make their way around the ring on a lap of honour. Please congratulate our Breeders Group of the Day, winners to be Breeders Group in Show for the 2025 Advanced Sydney Royal Dog Show, the Siberian Husky.
Well, Bridget, that is incredibly exciting to see the Siberian Husky take out the best breeders group in show. We are now heading into best baby puppy in show. Tell us a little bit about what we are about to see.
Okay, so the baby puppies that are about to come in now are aged between 3 to 6 months old. They'll vary in that, with some of them only being just a few days past 3 months when the show closed, or some of them will be closer to 6 months. So there might be some variation in the size of the dogs that you see now, but they'll all be coming in representing the day that they were judged on. It's quite incredible to see little baby puppies this age come into an environment like this and show so well. Dogs are not dissimilar to kids, where it takes a long time for them to grow up and go through life experiences and get used to handling different environments. So it just goes to show how much effort that these breeders have put into socialisation to get these puppies to a level where they can come in here with screaming and clapping and hundreds of people and not bat an eyelid.
It must be such a massive experience for these puppies. Now, these are the youngest of the dogs that we'll see here at the Sydney Royal. Is the point of these dogs to then move on to be some of the best breeding stock in the country?
That is the hope. Things change, they develop differently. Sometimes we have babies that look like they're full of promise, but then just develop at a different rate to what we anticipated. But in general, these major awards at big shows with young dogs are a real stepping stone and a building block for these dogs' careers moving forward.
They are just so cute. If anybody caught my face as the first one came in, they're just adorable.
And they really, you do get a real insight into their personalities, because you can see most of them coming in here absolutely full of beans, loving every moment and really enjoying the attention, which is something that a great show dog needs to have. They need to enjoy attention.
You touched on temperament a little bit earlier. Is the temperament of these puppies something that the judge will be taking into consideration at this point?
It is. Not that they'll be judging based on that, but the better that the puppy presents themselves and the happier that they look to be there, the more favourably, they present themselves and the judge will look at them. And, for some breeds, it's even more mind-blowing that they're excited and happy to be there. This English Toy Terrier, obviously you can see at this age, they're absolutely tiny. So to come into this and not be, overwhelmed when you're that tiny is quite incredible. So I think those things do help a little bit. There's that expectation that the ones that are a bit bigger might be a little bit older, and so you think that maybe they'll handle it better. But the smaller and younger they are, the more incredible it is. You can see a very, very happy tail here on this Cocker Spaniel American. Very excited with the judge going up. They just think they're getting a pat at this age. They have no idea what else is happening. They just get up on the table and someone's telling me I'm a cute little puppy and life's great. And then they go and they run and they get treats and they think it's fantastic.
It seems like a pretty good time. Is the judge, when they're looking at these baby puppies, judging on potential, or are they judging on what is in front of them?
A little bit of both, but they do definitely judge it on the day. But some of them, it's hard. Some breeds take a very long time, like the German Shepherds, for example. They grow into such a big dog. They take a long time to develop. So you're assessing what's in front of you, but they do also look at them and think, wow, this is going to be an amazing adult when it grows up. A number of these puppies were also representatives at the Sydney FCI International this morning. The Pointer had one, its baby in group at that show as well, and the Siberian Husky that's in the lineup had one, actually the baby in show. So,
can you tell us a little bit about the FCI show? What does the FCI stand for, and how is it different to the Advanced Sydney Royal Dog Show?
Okay, so we have Dogs Australia in this country. In Europe and Brazil and Asia and all those sorts of countries, they have the FCI. In the UK, they have the Kennel Club, and in America, they have the AKC, which is the American Kennel Club. So there's different organisations that control the dog shows and purebred dogs and judging and registrations in different countries. With the FCI being predominantly in Europe and Asia and these countries where it's easy for people to travel in between, then they can get international titles, is what we call it. And obviously Australia being so far away was not something that we were able to do previously. So we were lucky enough to be part of the FCI now as an associate member, not a full member. And we can have FCI shows here. We don't have very many, but when we have the FCI shows, we can be awarded what's called a CASET. And if we have 4 of those in different states of Australia, which is what you would have to get overseas in different countries, but for here they make it different states because Australia is so big, then you can become an international champion, which is very sought after now for Australian exhibitors. So, and it gives them a reason to be motivated and travel from state to state. So we were lucky enough to apply for an FCI CASET show here at the Sydney Royal, and it was granted. So we judged one of those groups each day. And hopefully, moving forward, it'll stay as part of the Sydney Royal and it'll be a main event on the dog show calendar.
That is incredibly exciting, and what an honour for us to have that as a part of our show. It's important to note that our Sydney Royal Show has got a couple of world titles here, including woodchop. We have woodchoppers travel from all over the world, and it really is an incredible event to be a part of. Which little puppy are we moving on to here, Bridget?
So we have the boxer that's being put up on the table. Usually they wouldn't be judged on the table, but sometimes with our baby puppies, because they're so little and with a big stranger that they haven't met before leaning over the top of them, it can be a little bit overwhelming. So we pop them up on the table just so they feel more comfortable in their environment. We've got another very happy tail there. Just thinks they're going to get a hug. Not quite sure what all the fuss is about.
They are so excited to be here, and having that scratch on the table as well must be so nice for them when they go into it in future. It's a learnt happy experience.
It is, and this is where it does help to have a breeder judge who used to handle her own baby puppies as well. They're quite understanding. Nobody expects these baby puppies to stand still perfectly. A lot of them do it because they love it and they've been trained since they were babies and they've had lots of human interaction. But most of our judges are very lenient. They don't expect it. If they don't want to have their teeth checked or they don't really want to stand still yet, they would never be penalised for that at this age.
Can you tell us a little bit about the training process and what that looks like for these puppies?
Look, it changes from handler to handler. Dog training in general is very controversial. People have lots of different methods. But show dog training is quite basic. You know, we just want them to learn how to walk on a lead. And if you've got food or a toy, most of these puppies will naturally just start trotting along beside you and staring up at your hand. And before long, it just becomes a habit and they realise they get a treat at the end of it. So they're more than happy to go along with the whole process. Standing still can be a little bit of a different story for some dogs. Some of them really don't want to do it, and if they were bred to be a running breed that's meant to run all day, it can be quite difficult for them to nail that part. But it's not much different to obedience when you're teaching them to sit and stay and things like that. It's exactly the same process as what you would go through with your pet dog at home to teach them how to do things like that. It's just another trick that they get taught at home from a young age.
I feel like I could be relatively similar. If someone was going to give me treats for doing something, I would probably be the same.
I would sit and stay for a cheeseburger.
Absolutely. Now, the cut on this little one who is just being stood up now, tell us about that and the breed that we have in front of us now.
So this is a baby puppy standard poodle. So as they go through different ages, they'll change the trim on them. But this is just a baby puppy trim. So it's very basic. You will see this trim on some older dogs as well, but this is what they bring them in with as a baby puppy. It's very basic, easy for them. Not a lot of grooming involved for the puppies. They're not required to stand still. And with the poodles, they'll start trimming off the hair on their feet and around their bottom and their face from a very young age. So they're very used to that. And with coat like this, it would be a very quick process. And, you know, there's no product or hairspray or anything like that when they're this age. That doesn't start until they're a lot older.
It is another fabulous outfit that we have in front of us also. I am loving the outfits in some of these baby exhibitors.
Yeah, they do love a sparkle at the Royal. It's just one of those things that we often see out on the judging lawns here at Sydney Royal is a nice sparkle. Some of these suits are mind-blowingly expensive.
I have to say, Bridget, I'm a little bit jealous. There's a couple of them that I would like.
Yeah. Yeah, I do. I sit here and watch them and I think, well, when she sells that, I'll put my hand up to buy it.
Where would you purchase something like that?
Well, we actually have a lot of Facebook groups for it because people might buy it and wear it a couple of times and we can get a little bit superstitious. If you buy a new suit and you're showing it and you don't do well, quite often we'll put it up for sale because we believe it's jinxed and, you know, it won't be unlucky for the next person, but it was unlucky for me. So we have lots of groups where we buy and sell, and maybe, you know, buying suits obviously generally need to be custom sizes and things like that. So they will buy a suit maybe that doesn't quite fit. Anyway, I think our judge is ready to make her decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Advanced Sydney Royal Dog Show Best Baby Puppy and Show has been awarded to the Petite Basset Griffon Bondine, exhibit number 1412. And ladies and gentlemen, as the other babies leave the arena, please put your hands together. The English Toy Terrier, Cocker Spaniel American, the Pointer, German Shepherd Dog Long Stock Coat, the Boxer, Siberian Husky, and the Poodle Standard. And as she does her lap of honour, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for your winner, the Petite Basset Griffon Bondine, Best Baby Puppy and Show for the Advanced Sydney Royal Dog Show 2025.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please show your appreciation for Bianca Texiera from Brazil. Next, we have the puppies. The puppies are a bit older than the baby puppies, but still fairly young. And to judge this event, we have Mr. Jackson Kimber from Korea. Jackson will be...
Now moving on to our puppy class. These are the oldest of our puppies. Tell us a little bit about them.
So our puppy class is for dogs 6 to under 12 months. And today's finalists have already achieved a great goal in winning Best Puppy in their respective groups.
As they come into the ring and a very excited audience welcoming them in, tell us about the importance of these General Special Awards here at the Sydney Royal Advanced Dog Show.
Well, this is the biggest dog show in the Southern Hemisphere. So these awards are really, truly important to all of our exhibitors. And many of the dogs that win Puppy and Show at a Royal, not just Sydney Royal, go on to achieve amazing things. And you'll see even in our Best in Show lineup, we have a number of dogs, which is really exciting, being represented today that have won Puppy in group here previously and now are going on to win the Best in Group as an adult. So it really does set them on their path to success.
How exciting to see them move up the ranks like that. What does it mean to these exhibitors to take out one of these rosettes and these titles?
For the exhibitors, it's the recognition. The ribbons are fantastic and it's a nice reminder, and maybe they might frame it and put it on the wall. But a lot of the time, it's the recognition of their hard work and their passion for their breeds. Some of them maybe aren't breeders and they just own them and handle them, but that doesn't mean that they care about it any less. A lot of the owners and handlers put in a huge amount of effort into conditioning and training their dogs and really give a lot of time for their dogs. So it's really lovely for them to be recognised at this level. It doesn't get any better. This is as good as it gets. Showing at Sydney Royal in the General Specials ring is the peak of dog showing in Australia. If you can get here with any age class, let alone for Best in Show or Puppy in Show, it's an incredible achievement. Some people go through their whole life showing dogs and never make it into this ring. So it really is special. And a lot of these people travel from all over Australia. We have people come from overseas to show here. So we have people coming all the way from South America to exhibit dogs that they co-own with Australians. We have people driving up from South Australia or Tasmania, New Zealand. They come from far and wide to be able to have the opportunity to show here. It really is quite incredible.
What an honour for us to be able to host those people here. I'm sure a lot of them, it's probably their first time in Sydney, so for them to be able to bring their animals and show them off here and enjoy our spectacular city is incredibly exciting.
It is, and we have a lot of specialty shows that run alongside Sydney Royal, not just on these grounds, but elsewhere over the Easter period. So there's a lot for these people to do while they're here. The German short-haired pointer that's coming up next, for example, they had a national show as well. They had the FCI show, they had a specialty that was held during the Royal, and they had the Royal judging. So it's really worth travelling for them. And then in between that, they have their days off and they're able to go into the city and see Sydney, and it really is a fantastic experience for them.
Now we can see our judge here, who is visiting us all the way from Korea, is doing a very thorough job. How will the judging process differ from our baby puppy to our puppies?
They'll still go through the same process and be looking for the same things, but with the dogs being a little bit more mature, the judges will be just looking for that little bit more development and being closer to the breed standard. You would be able to see their movement and you'd be able to assess things like that much easier on the puppies than you can on the babies. Some things like coat that take time to develop, you really wouldn't assess that much on a baby puppy, but by puppy you'd be able to start assessing things like that. And their overall size. Dogs go through a rapid growth period, which is basically ended by the time puppy is finished, so they can pretty much assess them at their adult size, even though they've still got a lot of developing to do. Our judges may have judged some of these dogs earlier in the week at either the Royal Show in their breeds or at the FCI show in their breeds or groups, but again, because they haven't seen them, they'll go over all of them again and give them all their time to shine and really make sure they have a moment in this big ring to enjoy the entire experience.
As we get closer and closer to the final event, the Best in Show, towards the end of these General Special Awards, the auditorium here is certainly filling up, which is so exciting to see. That is such a spectacular event here at the Sydney Royal.
It is, and you can feel the anticipation growing as the day goes on leading up to Best in Show.
I know, just for myself, I was excited when we first started this live stream and opened it for these general specials. But as we are getting closer and closer to the pointy end, I know I'm also getting very, very excited sitting here, getting ready to see it all.
I think it's really special how much the average person also values the Sydney Royal Best in Show. And you can see the stands filling up. Like, we expect that dog exhibitors will really care about the award because they understand what it means. But to see so much general public here, that they've just seen it on a timetable and they understand what that means and that they want to be here and see that, is really, really incredible. And it can be really great for the popularity of the breeds that win, you know, because it'll draw more attention to that breed and make people go away and think, oh, I haven't seen one of those before. Maybe I want one of those dogs. And maybe they'll even think that they want to go show that dog, you know. So it can really help us get new people involved in the sport as well.
For somebody who has never been involved in dog showing, actually much like myself, Bridget, how would we go about getting involved in the community?
Well, it's easier than you think. Once you have a dog, doesn't matter if it's neutered or not, if you have a purebred dog that has come with registration papers, your breeder will be able to point you in the right direction, and most of them will do that, but you just need to be a member with Dogs New South Wales, and then you can just enter a dog show. It's that simple. All you need is a dog with pedigree papers and to become a member. And there's plenty of new training classes. They have the Dogs New South Wales Dog Showgrounds out at Orchard Hills, and they have training classes every week. You could look that up online, Dogs New South Wales, and find out how to become a member. And they have lists there of breeders if you're looking for a specific type of dog, or if you're here at the Easter show, you're able to go have a look at the Dogs New South Wales stand, which is inside the dog pavilion, and they'll be able to show you how you can sign up and become a member and get you on the right path.
It's so easy. And being a part of these exhibition communities is something that is so, so rewarding.
It really is, and it really is a community. You know, everyone sticks together, and of course when there's competition, there's always people that get a little bit competitive, but for the most part, they all really, really stick together and they're all there for each other, and it is definitely fun to have something, a hobby. You know, a lot of people are always searching for a purpose, and it gives that. Dogs give that to people, you know. I call them real life antidepressants. Honestly, I couldn't live without them. I could live without dog shows if I had to. It's fantastic and I love it, but the priority for me is the animals and the dogs themselves. And the reason that I show dogs is because I love spending time with my dogs and I love training them and going off on the weekends. And I travel a lot on my own, and I'll just take my dogs away in my van and we go away for weekends, and it's fantastic. It's really relaxing and lots of fun.
Wow, that is awesome. Well, it looks like our judge is making his final deliberation here on our Best Puppy in Show, so we will hand back for that announcement.
Ladies and gentlemen, the results are in. Your runner-up Best Puppy in Show for the Advanced Sydney Royal Dog Show 2025 has been awarded to the German Short-Haired Pointer, Exhibit 898. And now, for the Best Puppy in Show for the Advanced Sydney Royal Dog Show 2025 is awarded to the British Bulldog, Exhibit 2165. And ladies and gentlemen, keep the applause going for the retiring puppies of the breeds and their groups, the Laotian, Tenterfield Terrier, Grand Basset Griffon Von Deen, Collie Ruff, and the Doberman. And keep the applause going, ladies and gentlemen, for your best puppy in show for the Advanced Sydney Royal Dog Show, the British Bulldog, runner-up, best puppy in show, the German Short-Haired Pointer. And keep the applause going. Keep the applause going for our judge, Mr. Jackson Kimber from South Korea.
Well, congratulations to our best puppy in show. We will just note a small change to our Neuter presentation.
Yeah, so just before we throw back to John for the official presentations, I do want to mention for those people watching at home, you might be wondering why we didn't award the Samoyed runner-up Neuter in show, which was in fact marked on the book, but because there was no sign for it, the stewards didn't realise and accidentally sent the winner out of the ring. But I can confirm and assure you that the Samoyed was awarded runner-up Neuter in show, and they have now been given possession of their very big, beautiful and well-deserved rosette.
Well, viewers, we will now hand back to our main microphone here at the 2025 Advanced Sydney Royal Dog Show for the judging and presentation of the Best in Show Dog.
And this is one of the biggest, or it is the biggest show in the Southern Hemisphere, thanks to our chairman, Mr. John Bryson, who has gone to, I can't tell you, months and months of work in bringing two shows together here. So big, bigger than anything in Australasia, bigger than that other country, Victoria. Oh, no, sorry, Victoria apparently is part of Australia now. Oh, no, don't take offence. Trump will take care of that for us. No fences, no fences. But no, thank you to everybody, all the exhibitors. This wouldn't be possible without you people, so thank you very, very much. Now, more serious matters. The Canine Hero Awards are given by the Royal Agricultural Society of Australia in combination with the Australasian Animal Registry. Your microchips in your dogs and cats can be registered with them. They get then registered throughout Australasia if you use them. Our state one just does the state, but these people do the whole lot, and they've helped us tremendously. So let's get on with these awards, because this recognises the very special bond that we have with dogs and people. You know, in fact, if you don't like dogs, and I understand some people don't, just surrender yourself to the police. You're a psychopath. I'm sure everybody here loves dogs. So our first award is for a 6-year-old Labrador owned by Julie Sanderlands Sincotta. Julie's Labrador has been going pretty much everywhere, supporting so many people in hospitals, in the courts, in schools for children that have difficulties with people, with other people and crowds. She just goes everywhere. Now, you've moved to Kiama as well, and you've taken this on down the coast as well.
So this is how the journey started for me, was in Kiama, and I puppy raised with guide dogs, and I puppy raised 6 dogs. But this dog I didn't raise, but there was something about her that in her demeanour and the way she conducted herself that I thought that I could use her for just something else. And we started in school. She started in a support unit for a school down the South Coast, and we've been just so busy.
Well, we thank you very, very much. If you look in this dog's eyes, don't do it. You'll want to take her home. Just a very, very beautiful dog. Ollie, you are just beautiful. We all praise you. How about give it up, please, for Julie and Ollie. Thank you very, very much. Stay here. So we were inundated with awards for both sections, to be honest. A lot of awards, dogs came through. We recognise all of them. Truthfully, wish we could give prizes to all of them. But the other one is for service dogs that have helped in government or service of our country in some way. And our dog now he's a wizard. For those of you who follow Lord of the Rings, Gandalf, part of the New South Wales Fire and Rescue Ignitable Liquids Detection Centre. Thank you so much for your service. This dog goes in chaotic areas that are hazardous to people, and finds the liquids that may have started the fire. He's actually responsible for putting a lot of people in jail. Yes, and now I'm a bit worried because the police are going to be a bit worried because they didn't win the award this year. So don't get booked on the way home, okay?
Thank you very much for the tip. Yeah.
So tell me, what's your relationship with this dog?
So Gandalf, I got him when he was 20 months old. He came from Border Force down in Victoria. And so we've been together for 7 years, essentially, since then.
And how old is he?
He's 8.5.
When's retirement for him?
His retirement will be when the dog that I have with me comes online to take over. So hopefully at the end of the year.
And I understand this dog is helping train the other dog.
He's certainly showing him the value of a rolled up towel when they play together.
Fantastic. And I understand the fire brigade unit are doing, these dogs both get $1,500, which is a pittance compared to all the work you do for us, but still it's a significant amount of money, $1,500. What are you doing with that? What are you going to do with that?
So that's being donated to the Beat the Burn, essentially to the burns unit for children's burns.
So the Children's Hospital at Westmead is going to get this funding. Thank you so much. Thank you for all you've done. Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, how a big round of applause for these two heroes that we've recognised amongst so many heroes that we've had, and we look forward to continuing this year after year. Ladies and gentlemen, our two canine heroes, Ollie with Julie and Gandalf, the magician dog, for the Fire and Rescue Service. Thank you, both of you.
Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Dr. Rod Zammit, who just presented those Canine Hero Awards. The next item we have on our agenda here is to acknowledge some of our long-term exhibitors. And I would ask the President, Mr. John Bennett, to come up and give these awards. These long-term exhibitors have been here for over 25 years, ladies and gentlemen, every year at Sydney Royal. The first one is Mrs. Sue Lane. Sue is the matriarch of the family that now spans 3 generations of people showing dogs. And Sue's daughter, Nikki, is the next one. So if Nikki's been showing for 25 years, you could add quite a few onto that for Sue. We love to honour these traditions, ladies and gentlemen, and they're honoured with a morning tea with the Governor at Government House before the show starts, and then, of course, with these lovely framed certificates and the flowers here on the day. The next one is to Mrs. Maureen Hanley. Maureen's enjoyed considerable success here at the Royal over the years with her American Cockers. And another very worthwhile long-term exhibitor. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for our long-term exhibitors. The next little segment that we have here is from Mr. Wayne Burton. On a more sombre note, Wayne will take us through some of the dog people that are no longer with us that may have been around at last year's show.
Thank you, John. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President, partners, exhibitors, all. This has become a bit of an annual thing that we've done at the Sydney Royal Easter Show, where we take just a short moment to think about those members and friends from interstate as well as New South Wales that have spent time at Sydney Royal showing and exhibiting their dogs. So I'll just read out a list of names for you to jog your memory to commemorate those people. Mr. Bill Fitzgerald and Lee Rushmore from late 2024. And in the following 12 months, Pauline Sir, Sandra McMahon, Colleen Roberts, John Edwards, Margaret Muir, Bruce Graham, John Rolls, Lindsay Cruz, Stephen Alpert, Francis McAvoy, Sylvia Gartner, Dulcie Goldstein, Peter Goldstein, Ray Barrett, Shirley Donaldson, Lynn Butler, and George Bartello, OAM. If you just don't join with me just a short moment of silence to remember those friends. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
I'll just quickly do this. Whoa. So you ever made a mistake? We have. We've made a mistake. We own up. We forgot to present this, and this is a very bad mistake because the most popular man in the world owns this breed of dog, Santa Claus. This dog comes from the North Pole. Come along. Let's see this dog. Neuter and show, the Samoyed, one of my favourite breeds. Round you go. The only breed that has in its breed standard, friendly to all mankind. Santa made sure they put that in there. Congratulations on runner-up Neuter and show.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and we apologise for that paperwork error, and that's why that was not awarded at the time. Okay, we would like to officially thank a few people now before we go on with Best in Show. First of all, I would like to thank all our judges. Our judges have done a wonderful job this year under trying circumstances some days in the heat, and they've judged a lot of dogs, and we really do appreciate what they've been through for us. A wonderful international panel that we put together this year. I'd also like to thank the stewards. We like to think we have the best team in the country. Yeah, just ask one of them, they'll tell you. And it would be remiss of me if I didn't mention that this is our first show without John Rolls for many, many years, and the team, I know, struggled a little with that at the beginning of the show, but we've got through without John, and we'll have a drink for him tonight. I'd like to thank my fellow councillors on the Domestic Animals Committee that help us plot and scheme all through the year to get this show together. Sharon Hannigan, Kathy Reedy, Dr. Rob Zammett, Dr. Sam Walker, Roger Perkins and Wayne Burton. They make up our domestic animals team, ladies and gentlemen. They're the ones that make me look good. Okay, there's a few more people that we have to thank. All the people behind the scenes in the office, all the people that do the paperwork, do the hard yards. We've got Georgia Hawkins, our never tiring events coordinator. Georgia does a fantastic job. We simply couldn't do this show without her. Along with Samantha Bryce, Siobhan Curry, Annika Vancouver, Warren Caban, Sean Caban, Con Castricios, Shahid Jihar, Ashley Shanks. These are a wonderful team, ladies and gentlemen. And it does take a village to put on a show like this, believe me. And they've all played their part. The officers worked seamlessly, tirelessly right throughout the show. They just do a wonderful job. And headed up by Georgia, who's down there producing the live feed at the moment, otherwise she'd be in the ring too. And I'd shove a microphone in her face and she would say bad things to me. But we're not going to do that. Just please thank them all. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It's now my great pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce the President of the Royal Agricultural Society, Mr. John Bennett, who will now address you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a real pleasure to join you at this very special moment in the Advanced Sydney Royal Dog Show, the culmination of days of outstanding competition, dedication and celebration of the canine world. As we take this opportunity to reflect on what makes this event so successful, I'd like to offer our sincere thanks to a partner who plays a vital role in bringing it all together, and that is Advance. Advance has been a major sponsor of the Sydney Royal Dog Show since 2018, and their support is absolutely invaluable. Their contribution extends beyond this event, also sponsoring our 4 Sydney Royal cat shows held in the Pet Pavilion. Their generosity is unmatched, providing what can only be described as a truckload of product for prizes. And I'm not exaggerating when I say it takes hours to unload. The level of support means so much to our exhibitors and is a real demonstration of their commitment to our community. Thank you, Kay, very much. Together with Advance, we host the largest dog show in Australia, a show with a prestigious history spanning more than 150 years. This year we welcomed over 3,000 entries representing more than 200 breeds, highlighting the very best in breeding and the extraordinary bond between people and their dogs. We are proud of the sense of community this show fosters, the sportsmanship, the camaraderie among exhibitors and the joy it brings to the public. These are the hallmarks of the Advanced Sydney Royal Dog Show and ones that we are particularly proud of. Like Advance, we at the RAS believe that dogs make the world a better place. To celebrate that belief over 12 days with the support of such a generous and aligned sponsor is a privilege we treasure. To all of our exhibitors and supporters, thank you for making the Advance Sydney Royal Dog Show such an outstanding success.
Thank you, John. And now, a word from our sponsor.
Thank you, John. My goodness, how do I follow that? Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Mars Pet Care and Advance are delighted to yet again be the major sponsor at the Sydney Royal Dog and Cat Shows. You know, Mars is a family company, a family-owned business, and we proudly make Advance right here in the Central Tablelands of New South Wales. So this event is very special to our heart and we're delighted to be here. I'd like to thank the RAS, Mr. Paul Bowden and his amazing team for always making us feel so welcome here and so valued as a sponsor. And particularly Kia Young, I know she's there somewhere. Thank you, Kia, for keeping me on track with 100 tasks leading up to this show. And while we're talking about people that keep me organised, I'd like to give a special call out to my teammate here in New South Wales. Her name is Kerry-Ann Thompson, and she's worked alongside me during this show, but before it, during and after it, and I couldn't manage this sponsorship without her. So thank you, Kerry-Ann. Now, the other team that has worked beside us right throughout this show every day are our wonderful advanced breeder ambassadors. Now, these people are top breeders and exhibitors, and they've worked alongside us every day because they are passionate about Advance and they believe in the brand. So thank you, team, very much. Now, you know, when John Bryson phoned me and he said, Kay, we're going to have the Royal Show, but we're going to have an FCI International show as well, I went, Okay. So I had my doubts, but honestly, John, Dr. Rob Zammit, the team, you've delivered an epic event. So hats off to you. The other epic team that's here at the moment, I'd like to call out, are the ones who work 24/7 to make sure that these grounds are spick and span and perfect for you every day. So please put your hands together for Warren and the grounds team here. And our esteemed judging panel down here. Well done to our judges. You've had 9 days. 9 days of judging is a long haul for a dog judge. And they've done an amazing job. And they've conducted themselves with such aplomb. They've had really difficult decisions. And our exhibitors have accepted those decisions with grace and with sportsmanship. So you all should be congratulated. Thank you. So I can't wait to see which of these 7 amazing dogs is going to take out Best in Show. So from Mars Pet Care, from Advance, thank you and well done, Sydney.
We're almost ready now, ladies and gentlemen. There's just one more person we'd like to hear from, and that is our Best in Show judge, Mr. Ricardo Torsimos.
Well, thank you so much. I just would like to congratulate the Royal Agricultural Society to host this paramount event in the dog world. This is a very important show, a remarkable spectacle that for us in FCI is really a pleasure and an honor to be a part of it. I would like to thank the whole staff and volunteers that worked very hard the last week to make possible for us to do our job in the most correct way. I would like to thank you, John Grisson, and his lovely daughter, Bridget, for the organization and impeccable conduction of this event. And last but not least, I would like to thank the dog owners for the trust of bringing your dogs to our attention and evaluation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ricardo. It's now time, ladies and gentlemen, the main event, what you all came here for. Almost 5,000 entries have been through the rings here this week, including the 2 shows and all the specialties. And from all of those dogs, we're now down to 7. The magnificent 7 are about to enter the ring, ladies and gentlemen, for Best in Show. But before we do that, we're going to have the national anthem from Kate Parry-Rice.
Australians all, let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is girt by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty rich and rare. In history's page let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains then let us sing, advance Australia fair. Beneath our radiant Southern Cross we'll toil with hearts and hands to make this commonwealth of ours renowned throughout the lands. For those who've come across the seas, we've boundless plains to share. In courage, let us all combine to advance Australia fair. With joyful strains now let us sing, advance Australia fair.
Thank you, Kate. Everybody can now relax, back into their seats, and enjoy the very best the Australian dog community has to offer right now.
Welcome back to the 2025 Advanced Sydney Royal Dog Show. There is over 1,500 of you viewing right now, and on behalf of the Royal Agricultural Society of New South Wales, I would like to welcome you to the moment you have all been waiting for, the Best in Show event. My name is Kane Gerrits, and I am joined here by our Assistant Chief Steward, Bridget Bryson.
Thanks for having me, Kane. I'm so excited to be back here again this year. And we're about to kickstart with the biggest show in Australia, Best in Show judging.
We are incredibly excited to welcome the top 7 dogs in the country into the ring here at the Sydney Royal Easter Show. This week we have seen almost 5,000 dogs come through this ring, and we are about to see the best of the best. They are about to make their way into this ring for one last time and show that they really are the best of the best.
They are. And I'm sure they're all full of nerves and excitement at this point. Our Best in Show judging will be done by Mr. Ricardo Torres Somos. He has been here before. He's from Brazil. He came out to Australia and judged for us at the Sydney Royal in 2017. And we're absolutely delighted to have him back with us this year. You can see by the smile on his face. Hopefully you can see that at home, viewers, how proud and pleased he is right now to be standing in the middle of that ring.
The buzz in this ring right now is uncomparable. The people are excited. You could not fit another person in this auditorium if you tried.
I'm sure they can hear that scream through our microphones, and they are lifting the roof off here in this main ring.
These exhibitors must be so excited. The dogs are ready. There is so much work that has gone into bringing these exhibits in here one last time.
And what's incredible to watch here is that you can see most of these dogs get a real spring in their step and really lift with that applause. They love the attention. They are loving this moment just as much as their handlers are and their breeders.
Don't they ever? We saw the excitement in the puppy and the baby puppy classes earlier, and that is fully coming into these classes now, not only with the dogs, but right into the audience. Everyone is very excited.
Okay, so this is our final 7. The judge will have one look at them all together before he starts assessing them individually. Now, when he assesses them individually, I will take that opportunity to give you all a little bit of an insight into who these dogs are outside of this moment.
Please, from home, while you are viewing, we know that you cannot give a round of applause with us, but please give this live stream a big like and show these dogs your appreciation. Now, Bridget, we have our first dog on the table being assessed. Tell us what's happening and a little bit about this breed.
Okay, so the judge is assessing our toy group winner, which this year was the pug. That was judged by Mr. Jackson Kimber. This is champion Quam Malakis in Morocco. His name is Malaki. He actually, very cute, has a very big heart on his forehead. So they say he wears his heart on his head, not on his sleeve. He has had a great week. He just won the pug specialty, the New South Wales pug specialty yesterday, I believe. So he's had a very, very, very successful week. And this was no doubt the icing on the cake. He is owned and bred by Colleen Kurgan-Curry, who has a huge experience in dogs, world-famous breeder and a world-famous prefix. Next up, we have our Terrier Group winner. The Terrier Group was judged by Svante Frisk, who is a Terrier specialist from Sweden. This is the Bedlington Terrier. This Bedlington Terrier actually won Puppy and Group here, either last year or the year before. I can't be sure, but definitely did win Puppy and Group here.
That is so exciting. We were discussing earlier how these puppies move up in the ranks and the way that they come through. We were also talking about the cuts on these dogs, and the cut on this little guy is absolutely fascinating. I love it.
It is. It is, and lots of effort goes into grooming these terriers, and of course they were all presented in that way, specifically for the purpose that they were bred for. This dog is champion Breckland, Blended on the Rein. He's owned and bred by the Robinsons, I believe, or at least owned by and handled here by Kimberly. He's been a consistent winner throughout his campaign, but definitely one of the standout moments was that Puppy and Group that he had here, and now he can add that Best in Group to this list as well.
Moving on to our Cocker Spaniel American on the table here, having its final assessment.
Yes, and the Gundog group was actually judged by our Best in Show judge. Even though he's already assessed this dog previously, he will give it a thorough once-over. This is Supreme Champion, CIB Starry Yanks. It's written in the stars. This dog actually won Best in Show at Perth Royal, and he won the FCI group here earlier.
Isn't that amazing that this dog has won titles across the country?
We've moved on to the Hound group winner, which is the Afghan Hound. Champion Tajon I Am Gladiator Maximus, which is a cool name. And Afghans are meant to be the king of dogs, so it's aptly named as well. He actually hadn't been shown for 6 months leading up into the weekend, and then he just came out hot and won a specialty Best in Show and then the group here, which is really fantastic.
And quite the fitting name for him. He is quite a spectacular dog there.
They are a very, very, very impressive breed. His sire was actually the specialty record holder for Best in Shows for Afghans worldwide. So he definitely was bred in the purple, as we like to say.
Wow, what a title. This judge is certainly doing a thorough job at going through all of these exhibits and making sure he makes the correct decision. Moving on to our next exhibit here.
Next up, we have the Australian Shepherd. This is Supreme Champion Elegant Covert Officer. This is Cruz. Cruz is very serious in the show ring, but outside of that, he loves to do tricks and have lots of fun. He didn't actually start showing until he was 3 years old, which is quite incredible, maybe even 3.5. And now he's an international champion and a multi-all breeds Best in Show winner, and he comes from a record-breaking kennel. His sister actually holds the record for Best in Shows for the breed worldwide, which is quite incredible. So you can see that most of these dogs that are coming in here are well equipped to deal with this environment. We were cut off for a little bit with the Gundog, but I will mention, so he was Best in Show at Perth Royal, and he won the FCI Group 8 here this morning at the FCI show. So all of these dogs really have great track records and come from well-established breeders in Australia. And some of them are handled here by different people today, which is also excellent. That's a skill in itself, a completely different skill to being a breeder or a judge. Being a handler and being able to present these dogs the right way is an incredibly important part of the package.
It really does take a team to bring these dogs to the show. You've got people who are breeding and then people who are focused on bringing the exhibit here and people who put them on show while they're in the ring for these judges to make their assessment.
That's exactly right. It takes a village. We have now being assessed the Siberian Husky, who is the winner of the utility group. This dog's name is West. It's very cool, and this is another one that had actually won the puppy in show here, not just puppy in group. Maybe in 2021, I believe. So this is Supreme Champion Tejan, how the West was won.
It really is so great to see that these exhibitors don't only come here to show the puppies, but really bringing them through to bring them through while they're an
It
adult
is, and
as
you can
well.
see how much they love their Sydney Royal as well, that they've come here and been through this whole experience before, and they can't wait to do it all again once they're adults. West was also the #1 dog of all breeds in New South Wales last year. So these dogs are very well accomplished. And now we move on to the winner of the non-sporting. This is the Poodle Standard. This is Anton with his co-owner, James Bennett. Anton was bred by Lance Wright and is co-owned by Lance and James. He's won about 40 Best in Shows. He's a multi-specialty Best in Show winner.
40 Best in Shows.
Yeah, he had a huge career already, and he's only a young dog. He's officially known as Supreme Champion, A2O Champion, while raising the stakes. But don't let all that coat fool you. You can see him now. He's very excited. When he is at home, he's ball crazy and toy crazy, and he's not in his dog show outfit. He's at home, rolling around in the grass, having the time of his life.
It's good to see that he's still kept down to earth when he's at home.
He is definitely. Still very much a real dog when he's not in this environment, that's for sure. So our judge is going to have a final look at his 7 dogs. He may ask them to move around the ring one more time, or maybe he's so sure of his decision that he won't need to. But I would anticipate with a lineup of this caliber, he'll send them around the ring one more time and really make sure that he's making the right decision.
We really are coming to the pointy end here. There is over 1,500 people joining us here on the live stream, and we would love for you to show these dogs some love. It is absolutely incredible. They are the best of the best dogs
I hope they
in the
can hear
country.
that applause. I hope they can hear it. It is absolutely electric in here now. I can only imagine the nerves that all of these handlers are feeling, and any of their family members that would be watching on in the sidelines or at home are probably feeling equally as nervous in this moment.
But so important to note as well just what these people and these animals have achieved to get to this point. Regardless of the outcome, these animals are absolutely incredible.
They are all winners. They are all winners. Even if they had not won what they had won before, to come into this environment and win at this level, they have to be excellent dogs.
Well, our judge is down to making his final assessment and deliberation, so we will hand back to the announcer for that final decision of the best in show here at the 2025 Advanced Sydney Royal Dog Show.
Are awarded to our winners. We're just waiting till we get all these awards out here, ladies and gentlemen. Trophies, rosettes, flowers. Our photographers want to also get in place. I have someone else that wants to join us, but he's now left us. Beautiful, ladies and gentlemen, beautiful rosettes, beautiful flowers to match beautiful dogs. And ladies and gentlemen, this is the cream of our dog show world in Australia. All of these dogs were bred here in our country. We can do this, ladies and gentlemen. We can produce these beautiful dogs. Okay, runner-up in show for the 2025 Advanced Sydney Royal Dog Show has been awarded to the Bedlington Terrier, exhibit number 393. I think there's a few tears out there, ladies and gentlemen. A very emotional handler. Beautiful framed rosette to go on the wall at home that will be there as a memory of this occasion forever. Now, ladies and gentlemen, handlers, we're going to send you around the ring again just for an extra lap so our public can see you on the move again, because we're about to award Best in Show for the 2025 Advanced Sydney Royal Dog Show. So round you go. One more chance just to strut your stuff for the public, because the decision's already been made. Best in Show for 2025 has been awarded to the Standard Poodle, exhibit number 2352. I think our poodle knows it's done well, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause to our remaining 5, part of our magnificent 7. They are all group winners at Sydney Royal, something that these handlers and their owners will cherish for a very, very long time. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to ask our poodle and our Bedlington to do one more lap of honour, and there'll be lots of photos then taken in our centre ring. So please put your hands together. Best in Show, Sydney Royal 2025, the Poodle Standard, runner-up in show, Bedlington Terrier. And congratulations to the handlers, the owners, the breeders. A magnificent win for you all. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We hope you've enjoyed your experience of General Specials at Sydney Royal, and we certainly hope we'll see you again in 2026. Please show your appreciation to our judge, who has adjudicated Best in Show. He's come to us all the way from Brazil.
Viewers, that finalises the Advanced Sydney Royal Dog Show for 2025 here at the Sydney Royal Easter Show. Thank you for joining us as we presented the runner-up to the Bedlington Terrier and the winner, Best in Show Dog for the Advanced Sydney Royal Dog Show, to the Standard Poodle. Bridget, thank you so much for joining me. It has been a pleasure. Thank you all so much for joining us.
Thank you. See you next year.
Bye.